Hi, everybody. I'd like to welcome all the viewers. I know that we are just getting the viewership rising up. We are very happy that you joined us yesterday, and we are very excited with the round 2 of this special event, the 8th Altibox Norway chess event. And I'm going to be your host again and commentator, and I'm much more happy that we have a great champion, Vladimir Kramnik, with us, who is going to be the co-commentator with me. And I think we are both very happy to be here and looking forward for round 2.
Good afternoon, Judith. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
So what has happened yesterday? It was quite exciting, but as you were saying yesterday in the recap that you felt that some players were a little rusty. But of course, playing a game after nearly 6 months, because it's a new feeling for the players, I think, to play, to see the board and to play and touch the pieces, right? And see the opponent across the board without a mask, without the plexiglass. So they must have had a nostalgic feeling, right? So it was the first round, it was a warm-up. What do you think about that? Are they going to be sharper today and more in the fighting spirit? Actually, we had some.
There was no problem with the fighting spirit yesterday, I think. Well, anyway, the first round of any tournament, even if you don't have such a long break, it's always a little difficult. I always felt like, it's more difficult than the coming rounds, you know. So, I personally, I don't know about you and all the spectators, but I personally was fully satisfied with the yesterday, with the day, with the playing day, and I think lots of good fights, very interesting ideas. I like this pawn sacrifice idea, and actually the whole game of Fabiano, how he played, also very interesting second game. Of course, the Carlsen, Aronian Carlsen game was more positional, but still of a high level and an exciting tiebreak. So was all in all was a very nice round. And today we have probably the main game of the day, I would say, is Carlsen Firouzja, clash of generations, I would say. And of course, Alireza is already an established, maybe a biggest talent of a new generation, as they say, although of course there are some other very, very talented juniors, and the biggest talent of the old generation, Magnus Carlsen. So very, very interesting fight. It will not be easy, I guess, for Firouzja, having black against Carlsen, who will definitely try to win today, no doubt about it. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this game, and other games are also interesting. We have to say that there is a special day today for Levon Aronian as well. As far as I've heard, Judith, probably you know better. I think that Levon has a birthday today.
Exactly, he's just turning today 38. By the way, I would like to ask you, how were you in tournaments when you had your birthday? I had some quite bad memories, I must say, from my point of view.
You know, strangely enough, I don't know why, but I've rarely played during my birthdays. You know, I remember only maybe a couple of games. Somehow, for some reason, this birthday was always not clashing with any tournament. I just remember my first, I was only 16, I think. I played in an open, actually was quite a strong open, but I was inexperienced, and I had a game on my birthday, and we celebrated a bit in the daytime somehow. And then I had to play a game, and I understood that it was probably a bit too early to celebrate. So I think I offered a draw on move 10 with white. And, but since then, maybe once or twice only I played on my birthday.
Well, I must say that in my case, I remember actually 2 occasions, unfortunately, exactly, when I've lost. And these were the 2 occasions when my opponents were apologizing very much. One actually was against Yasser Sarwan. in the Team World Championship in Ningbo. And after he said, well, Judith, I'm very sorry. I apologize. I know it's your birthday, but trust me, it was not a nice feeling even listening the apologies. At the same time, we are just a minute away, I think, from the start of the game. And for our viewers who are already joined before the start of the game, I would like to say that we are going to have a very special guest shortly in about half an hour, who you're going to be very happy with. At least we are appreciating it a lot. So you can give your guesses, actually. Who do you think we are going to have our guest? But anyway, it is very clear that the whole chess world is kind of enthusiastic about this tournament, that it's running offline. So the players are actually in Stavanger right now. They are playing in a hotel. Actually, TV2, I think, I'm not sure, the Norwegian TV, they have a studio right there at the lobby because they are following every move of Magnus Carlsen, of course, as in Norway, chess became the sport, we can say, because Magnus has really created this special atmosphere, and they really appreciate that they have such a world champion as Magnus.
Yes, and I can assure you, Judith, that even in Soviet times, when chess was almost a religion, we never had a chess game live on TV, on one of the main channels on TV, live for 6 hours or 5 hours, you know. So that when I played my first time in Stavanger, I was pretty amazed, you know, by this. That I think it was on the second channel of major, Norwegian TV, and it was showing all the round, you know, 5 or 6 hours. That's quite impressive, I would say.
Yeah, this is amazing that how much they are rooting for Magnus. And actually we have on the board already some moves. Caruana, Duda we see right now on the board. A Slav, and actually an exchange.
But something tells me it's not because Fabiano wants to make a draw. Because that's usually a way to force a quick draw with white, but I have my big doubts that is a plan of Caruana today.
Yeah, I think we definitely don't bet on that he's playing for a draw game. I think moreover he wants to play a very long game. And yesterday his strategy worked very well, as you mentioned it just before the game started, that he had a wonderful game, actually wonderful idea, which he told us that it was his second idea, just the day before the start of the tournament, that he created this idea, and it worked out very well against Tari.
Yeah. So, if before, you know, Fabiano was a very strict d4 player, now he starts to move to d4 also, which makes it even more difficult to prepare against him, obviously. And he's a very hard worker. He knows a lot. He has ideas in many openings. So I'm sure that this opening line, he will show us something interesting here from the white side.
By the way, what do you think? Who is the best prepared player in this tournament? Can you compare Magnus to Fabiano, for example, in their opening preparation?
I think Magnus nowadays is the best in the world. I mean, in preparation-wise. And Fabiana and Dean Gliren probably second, third. That would be my opinion. Yeah. Also, Giri is extremely well prepared. So I would say, but to my understanding, yes, Magnus is now, in this sense, he is leading.
How can you describe a good preparation? What are the components of a good preparation? Is it the opening, the ideas, the measurement, how you use in proportion your brain, creativity, and the engine, or how much do you know the middle game, or how can you make your time management, which is the most important part of your opening preparation?
It's difficult to prescribe. I mean, actually, what matters is the result. You know, I mean, the opening results, and of course nowadays it's also important to be very wide in your preparation, to be able to play many different openings, many different lines to play e4, d4 with white nowadays, but that requires a very good memory. You need really to have a very good memory. And for instance, for me, the problem was I mean, I knew and I know really a lot, but I simply know that I cannot remember most of the things I know. So I had to have a limited opening repertoire, maybe due to the age, because when I was younger, my memory was obviously a bit better, to put it mildly. And that's why, of course, memory, your abilities to memorize variations and concepts and plans is very important. And I think Magnus, on top of his excellent work, trainers, his big team, and he is working himself also discovering new ideas. But on top of it, I think he has an incredible memory, as everybody says, and it seems that it's true, and that is very, very helpful also. But otherwise, your opening preparation must be, you shouldn't copy someone. I mean, it has to be done on measure. I mean, it depends on your personal style, your abilities, after all, your memory abilities, your preferences. So I don't think there is a universal method. Only I would say that you have to work a lot to have a good opening preparation. That's something which is obligatory. Everything else, it's your choice.
Well, to be honest, I think I will ask much more questions from you regarding the preparation, because I think you were definitely one of the really top player who had the best preparation. But we have a marshal on board. Dari played marshal against Levon Aronian. So this is kind of tricky. You played. No, you didn't play marshal
as well. I played everything. In my life, but as well
after some time, because for some time you were showing that you're very solid. You go your English, knight f3, you torture your opponent like 90 moves, 100 moves, and you have all your patience. And then after you became a world champion, I think you started to play e4, which was a shock for most of us at the beginning. And then you went back, and then you were merging the different moves.
And I ended up playing G3, B3 at the end of my career, just because I couldn't stand it anymore, all those huge opening theoretical lines. But seriously, I've played marshal myself as black, as white, more as white, and I have not very funny memories in this particular position, if you know what I mean. I think I've played only once in a classical game, marshal, taking this pawn on e5. And it was not the most pleasant experience.
Still not enough time passed to talk about it.
That much I can remember. That was a very memorable game for me. When you lose with white, not making basically a single move on your own, that doesn't happen very often in the World Championship match. That's not.
Well, I think if we talked about it, quite a few words, maybe we just tell to our audience, maybe they don't remember. You played your World Championship match with Leko in 2004, if I remember well.
Yeah, I don't know if all our spectators were already born by that time. But I think probably, not everybody definitely remembers it. Yeah, it was during my World Championship match with Peter Leko. The score was even at that time, and I had white, and then I went to marshal.
Actually, it was a very interesting story, and it was quite a shocking story for the people who understood what was going on. We have to understand that the marshal has a long tradition, and of course, some of the experts were, for example, John Nunn, Michael Adams, and of course, many people, actually Levon played it quite a lot with the black side. Mm-hmm. And so there is a lot of theory. You have to have good memory, and of course, when the engines came in as a very strong preparational tool. Actually, I had a very strange story in this. I was playing against Mickey Adams in 2000, something like that, early 2000.
Dos Hermanas, no?
In Dos Hermanas, and I was playing
also not
against
very
him.
Pleasant memory for you, if I
No,
remember.
but I think that as we started to talk about this, I think it's interesting to share it, that because in both of our experience has to do with computer engines, right? So I prepared with white, and I was extremely proud of myself that I created a new idea. I was analyzing it before the game with the computer engine. The assessment was that, oh, I have +2, I'm winning, it's cool, it's great.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And then when I got to the position, I made this novelty. Adams was thinking quite a bit, I think, and then he reacted the best way. And I was so convinced that the engine said I'm +2, so I cannot go for the perpetual check. No way. I just simply cannot do that. And then I was deviating, so I went out from the perpetual check, and I just lost the game. And it was such a painful loss, and it was. I said, "Oh my God, this computer I should throw out on the window, right?"
Well, I had something extremely similar, only that it was an extremely important game of a world championship match, which is even worse. Yeah, but it's true. I mean, for many spectators, especially young spectators, we have to probably add that computers were not that strong at that time, and they were making some mistakes, including a serious tactical mistakes from time to time. And yes, I had a very similar story actually. In fact, the worst of it was that at some point I already saw that something is wrong. I mean, actually, I saw that the move which Peter found over the board, but I also, I could just make a draw. But I played that, I think I spent only 3 minutes so far, and Peter had like 20 minutes left till the time control. So he was clearly out of books, thinking. And but was still playing best moves. And then at some point I just thought, okay, I should. There is a way to play very risky, but computer says it's better for white, even if I don't like it at all. Or to force a draw. And then, I saw that actually during the game, I even realized that it's where is the problem. But I just was so sure that, and I wanted to win, and I was sure that at least if computer says +2, it should be at least a draw, but I shouldn't lose it. But then he found this move. I started to, I think I spent more than an hour on my next move. But after 10 minutes, everything was clear already. Just was the remaining 50 minutes, I was just trying to understand, what have happened. And I lost the game. Actually, it was a beautiful game. And from the Leko's side, it was a fantastic effort because he had found all the best moves over the board. So all respect to him. But from my side, it was like coming and giving away a very important point with white in the World Championship match, which is, fortunately, finally I managed to save the match. But it was quite a memorable game, I would say.
Not from the positive side. I mean, that game, the match you won at the end. But actually, you equalized, right?
Yeah, I equalized, but at that time we still had this long-term rule that the challenger must win against the world champion. Yeah.
Yes. But, actually, the two cases very similar because in both cases, the problem was that we trusted the engine's evaluation, right? So this is why it's so important. Even today, it's very important to be critical on the computer's judgments. Yes, but of course, they are much better than before. There is no comparison what happened in the last 15 years.
Yes. So. Well, you see, again, the problem was of Marshall, of this opening. It's extremely interesting, very complicated variation where black has initiative for the pawn, lots of very complicated lines as we knew it, some years ago. But lately, it's becoming so difficult to find any idea even because it's really becoming practically sterilized because of really lots of computer games which are now there, and that is that's a bit of sad because this variation I think 5 years ago, for some reason I just decided to give it a try to have a look at what is going on now in Marshall, and I put this position, and every chess player, every professional player has on top of a database of human games, also computer games database, because there are lots of computer games going on, and so every player is collecting it. And then I think I put this position with rook on e5, c6, and I started a search engine, and it gave me something like close to 20,000 games on this position. And then like every line which theoretically can exist, every theoretically sensible move was having like 500 games, 1,000 games. It's just like, to me, I had a, and I just closed. That was my 1 hour of studying this Marshall. I understand. No, thank you. Thank you. That's not my cup of tea, to memorize. And I saw some lines which I thought were very complicated. Okay, they more or less already sterilized. So unfortunately, this opening, unless somebody comes up with something totally brilliant, it is nowadays, in fact, almost sterilized to a draw. I think it's basically a draw.
Well, I have a feeling.
We will see,
maybe Levon was surprised. I don't know if it Starry's opening repertoire, but usually on the top level, people don't really enter into the accepting the martial attack.
Yes, I think, in my opinion, Levon, because obviously he has white and he wants to win today, I think if he would have predicted Tari going for the marshal, probably he would have avoided it. But anyway, you see, he played a rook e1 move. As far as I remember, if black simply goes bishop d6, there is nothing really better than playing d4. I think there is some move like g3. But
d3 or d4.
d3, that's a transposition simply. So he just starts with rook e1, and there is always a chance that a black player might forget some things or some rare move order and so on. So there is always a chance. But I think that if you have studied Marshall with black very well, and you remember everything, your memory is good, it's very difficult for white to do something.
Well, one thing is sure, that in the Marshall, you better have good memory on lines. But for now, I think things are going quite slowly. G3 was played. It's also
that's a very rare line, but if I remember well, it's not dangerous at all.
Isn't it Queen D7 the move?
Queen D7, Bishop F5, even moves like Rook E8. I mean, I think it's a way for Levon to try to get out of well-known drawish lines. I mean, just which are already established, and try to confuse a bit the opponent. But if I remember well, this G3 line was not.
But G3 is not going to make him confused yet.
Yes, but at least I think at least the idea is that to get out of theory, just to have a game. I mean that it's that his opponent is not playing out of the book, so to say. But still, black has many. If I remember well, black has many interesting options.
I also think Bishop F5 and Queen D7. But okay, Fabiano, they still have Bishop B5, and black is thinking.
You see, Bishop B5 is a rare move, very rare. I never really looked at it, I think, even. So I guess that's this maybe small, but still a relatively new idea, which Fabiano has for even in this quite rare nowadays line of exchange Slav. So he never goes to a game or to some opening line without a certain idea in his mind.
Well, it's clear that he kind of surprised the young Christophe here, because he's thinking already. He spent 17 minutes while Fabiano only a minute and a half. So let's go to the world champions game, because we haven't seen his game yet, his opening.
I've seen this position before, I must say.
a few times, right?
I mean, lately that's basically what I play when I play blitz or rapid events. I played this variation because you don't need to remember too much. It's like a solid positional line. And in fact, I've played it in my game against Magnus in this invitational tournament. 15 minutes tournament, which happened in July. I think it was exactly this position. I lost, of course, but still, I mean, I think Magnus he had played knight g2. I went rook e8, something like knight h5 at some point. Yeah, knight g2, that's what he played, Magnus. So Alizahi decided to follow my opening strategy. We will see. I mean, at least that game, I've confused a bit some move order at some point, and Magnus he had played extremely well, and he just gave me no chance in that game. So we'll see if Firouzja has some maybe improvement.
No, actually, knight e2 was not played yet.
Not yet, yeah.
Not yet. Yes, so things are going on the slow motion.
Yeah, but I've played quite a few other games also.
But it's very strange. It's very strange, I must say, that Magnus has spent already 18 minutes. Why do you think it's possible?
I think he just wants, I guess, that's what I would guess, that he thinks that Firouzja, his opponent, he had prepared something, some improvement of our game. He's trying maybe to memorize, I mean, to recall what was exactly the move order, what was our game, and probably he probably didn't expect this opening. And actually, it's true, I don't remember Alireza playing this opening before. Maybe I'm wrong, and probably he's trying to, just to find an idea which would be new to Alireza, so to try to get him into a certain position which he doesn't know well, or which, I mean, so I think it's this. It's not that he doesn't know this position. I can assure you. I mean, he knows queen c2, knight f3, knight e2 the moves. I think he knows everything, but he wants to get into a type of a game which he thinks probably would be favorable for him, because in any case here it's a little bit better for white, but very solid for black, not much. So you can put the knight on f3, on e2. There are different nuances in each variation, and I think he's just choosing what type of positions he wants to get today.
Yes, I found it interesting when I was still in competition and I started to play with the big guys, that sometimes you see people thinking like it's really only it's move 8 right now. Mm-hmm. And it can happen that maybe even Magnus will be thinking another 5-10 minutes or so. And then, for example, Levon with Aronian, I've seen quite a few times that he was thinking a little bit or some part, and then he was just kind of blitzing out the whole game afterwards. Because somehow he decided where to put the pieces, he knows the structure, he knows where he wants to have his pieces everywhere, and then it just goes by itself, kind of.
There are different reasons, yeah, for it, especially if it's in the opening, yeah? If you think in the opening, there are different reasons. One reason is that you do not remember very well what is happening in this particular line. The second reason is that you want to confuse your opponent a bit. Third reason, which is most usual, is that you are choosing. Yeah, you have different options, and you're choosing not necessarily a particular opening line, but you choose a type of position you want to get, and you are trying to make sure that you remember that you remember exactly how the theory goes here and there, and trying to going into each line in your memory and trying to see, okay, if this position would fit your strategy. Yeah, so something like that, I would say. I'm pretty sure that's what Magnus is doing now.
Well, we can see also on the camera that actually now Magnus is watching the board, but before he was turning towards the logo board next to him. So it's also kind of typical that chess players can be looking around anywhere apart from the board, and still, of course, we visualize the chessboard and thinking about the plans. Of course, he's not thinking what to make now objectively, right? He's thinking about 10 moves later where he wants to have his pieces and how he wants to have the
Yes, also probably trying to recall in his memory games of his opponent, if he ever played this type of position, that type of position. You know, this very, but he is right, because it is now a very important moment. Actually, another thing I want to say that also, which is an indication of a very strong player, I mean, of a top player, especially world champion, is to feel the critical moment. Because, you know, in chess, that is a theory of Boris Spassky, for example. It's he was saying that this is the most important quality of a chess player, is to feel the critical moment. So, you know, to understand that now it's very important, the decision is very important, and maybe next 2-3 moves you can play quickly. It's not that critical. And I think now it's an important decision for White. So the move he's going to play will decide the the next maybe 5-10 moves, the continuation of the game. So that's why he's taking care now. But I can assure you, most likely next few moves he will play rather quickly. But and he, of course, Magnus is totally right. If he is caught, so to say, and prepared, I mean, surprised by the opening of his opponent, maybe it's the best time to think now.
It's also interesting, the body language of Firouzja, because I don't know if you were paying attention to it. He was like, his head was on the next to the board and covering his head, and then he was looking around, and it reminded me that how difficult it was to play against Magnus when he was a child. He himself, he was walking around, he was sitting in a strange way next to the chessboard, he was drinking, eating. And of course, with these youngsters, you can see that they have a very special way of behaving, I think. I've seen already quite a few talented 12, 13, 14, 15 years old and teenagers. And you can see the way they have their self-confidence, they behave the way they want. I mean, you can feel something that they are so sure of themselves.
I don't know. I don't know if it's this. There are different reasons. Because, for example, in my case, when I was, this age, a teenager, sometimes, I mean, I was not doing anything very special, but sometimes I would behave in a certain way, this or that way, just because I didn't know it was kind of, not totally correct, in a way. I just was not aware of it. For example, I remember a story with Lajos Portis, with a very legendary Hungarian grandmaster, and I've played with him in the candidates in an interzonal tournament, very important game. It was 3 rounds before the end. I needed to win still 1 game to qualify for the candidate matches, and he was already he just needed 3 draws, to qualify. And he was white. He played, by the way, exchange Slav. I played Slav, and he took on d5, played few more moves, and offered the draw. And so of course, from one side, I still have 2 more games, but I need to win anyway. And I'm sure he was convinced I'm going to accept. And then I refused. I mean, it was a big shock for him, because the position was kind of half dead anyway, And then actually I went on to beat him at the end of it was a very nice game. But at some point, I remember he was getting very nervous. And I remember I had a pawn in my hand, and I was just playing with a pawn at some point. But I didn't even think that it can be buzzering or something. And I remember he told me, yes, to stop it, and that I'm disturbing him. Of course, I apologize, I immediately stopped and never did it after. But, there are sometimes things which you simply don't know at this age, yeah? But also when you are young, you have a lot of, energy, just too much energy. You need to spend it somewhere. And when your opponent sits there and thinks, you have to do something, and you move around. So it's okay. It's okay. In general, I think that it's very rarely happens when opponents, in such top tournaments, some player would do something on purpose, would try to but people are different. Somebody can be too nervous, somebody can be just not aware of the fact that he is slightly disturbing the opponent. So I'm sure that Alireza is behaving very well. I mean, it's very
No,
correct.
it's okay. It's just okay. So I think it's time to reveal who are our special guests, and we are more than happy to see Vishy Anand in our studio. Welcome.
Welcome.
Hi, Judith. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine, and even better that we see you on the screen.
Yes. So the great world champion Vishy Anand, I applaud. Vishy, so do you hear us?
Funny music. Is it mine or yours?
I think if it's music, it's yours.
But this is not. I don't have any music on. So what is? Okay.
Well, it happens. It's not coming from the players, that's for sure.
Yes.
But I think now it stopped.
So Vishy, we are live. We are live. So first question to you: how do you spend your days, your quarantine, and as I can understand, days now?
Well, I have a couple of projects. I have a few obligations, but enough to keep me busy, but nothing too crazy. And somehow the days go by. I mean, it's already been a month, and I don't remember where it went. So that's the general feeling.
And do you work a bit on chess, or somehow it's difficult to find motivation for it?
No, I'm not doing a lot of work on chess, or if I'm doing stuff that's not immediate. So that's the basic idea. Mm-hmm. I'm doing an online lecture series. And so I do some preparation for that. I have to select the topics, look at my old games and things like that. For the moment, that's it.
And do you follow the tournaments?
Yes, I mean, I still check my Twix and see what's happening and all that. But it feels weird also, because just not seeing anyone. That is the okay. By now we were getting used to it, but still.
But how is the situation in India? I mean, we all know that the numbers are very scary, actually. But do you have a full quarantine now? I mean, can you get out from your place? Can you go to restaurants or cafeterias, or not? Or it's not working?
Yes, we can do all that. They have some restrictions, some lockdowns, but it's too big. They've decided that they can't do it for the whole country now. Mm-hmm. And so it goes state by state, or each state is given the responsibility to manage its own restrictions. Mm-hmm. And in fact, just a few days ago, I got together with some school friends. Actually, the restaurant you went to, Larry. So
yes, we went.
So we went to that same place, and
it's a good place.
Some old school friends of mine, and it was good.
So, but so you can at least have walks, and you're allowed to leave your place and to.
Yeah, I mean, all of us wear masks and washing our hands and all that, but nothing much more than that. And for the moment, I would say the country is coping well. I mean, you always have to. I mean, if you divide by population, even per capita, we are doing okay. But again, there are huge parts of the country where information is more scarce. But on the surface, I guess people are also simply used to it.
Yeah,
during the pandemics, we could see that in India, chess was booming, and there are so many streamers and comedians. Everybody is going on for chess. It seems like all over the world, it was much more people, amateurs, started to go on chess. In India, it was escalating quite a bit. What do you think about that?
Well, yes. I think a lot of people who wanted to spend more time on chess but never got around to doing it suddenly had all the time to do it. In a way, I think the way many people pick up hobbies that they've been meaning to do for a long time but never had the opportunity, now they do it. I think it's a bit like that. And
is there something you picked up that you wanted to have time for and now it was the time?
Yeah, some minor things, but more or less I'm just happy to be at home. And
what do you do? I mean, do you maybe study some things like I think you are very, as far as I know, you are very keen on astronomy and so on. So do you
a little bit, actually. The skies have never been better to look at because it's so clean now. Yeah? So I go out every once in a while, but in fact, on most days it's very cloudy. But I try to spend a lot of time. Actually, the whole family is at home the whole day, and that is a new phenomenon because at least Akhil will go to school and come back, or I'll be traveling at least once per month. And now it's just totally. At the beginning, I was not sure how long I could take it, but now I'm quite used to it. I think we're all finding that there's nothing wrong with staying at home for a while. No?
Yeah, if it's not forever, yes, it has a lot of positive moments as well. And final question about your plans. So Vishy, you're going to play in Vaikens. I mean, if it happens, if the tournament will take place, as I understood. Yeah?
Well, Arun hasn't even gotten in touch, so I don't know.
Yeah, because.
Or maybe they will do it like Norway. I don't know because really knows these things. Now also finding your tournament, and I think I assume that.
Sorry, Vishy, there is some internet issues.
I think we have some tech issues with Vishy's internet connection, possibly.
Yes. Well, it's okay.
Maybe he'll get back. In the meantime, actually, we had
now we
had some moves predicted.
Yes, Vishy. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, I don't know what happened there.
Good. So, so you are going to play if it takes place and so on, in Vaikens.
I mean, I'll think about it at least, but it also depends. I mean, if I have to do quarantine there, then quarantine on the way back, and first of all, there are not many flights out of India. So most airlines have reduced their services and so on. So there are very narrow routes already to go here and there. So it's simply a practical problem in many cases. So I will see what the situation is and think about it. But I suspect, like Norway, there will be, like Altibox, there will be some, quite a lot of changes.
Can we ask you, what do you think about Magnus's game? In the beginning, he was, here at this point, move 9. He was spending quite a lot of time, like 20 minutes or so. And then he decided to go knight d2, rook e8.
Sorry, Judy, you'll have to repeat the question. A lot of it went in the...
Yes, Vishy, do you hear us now?
Yeah, now I hear you.
Okay.
So basically, Magnus was thinking quite a lot in move 9.
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Yes, maybe I will try. Maybe Vishy he hears me better. Yeah, for some reason I don't know why. Well, we are asking you about the Carlsen Firouzja game. What do you think about this? That Magnus, he was thinking for quite a while before playing knight g2, and now Firouzja comes with this quite aggressive, I would say, plan and slightly unusual plan with b5.
Well, I vaguely noticed that b5 is in the air. I mean, recently maybe the computer suggests it or something, but b5 is sort of in the air, but I'm not completely into the details. Also, it's a bit strange that you asked me, Vladimir. This is your opening.
Yeah, I can tell it's the same. I mean, I've seen that computers are playing b5 now very often, which is actually very interesting point, that how actually computers or computer programs are changing chess.
Actually, in many lines, black gets better very quickly. It's a good idea to play b4 and c5 or something like that. But
no, because I can assure you that in my childhood, if I would have gone b5 in this position, I think I would be immediately excluded from the Botvinnik-Kasparov school, for a terrible positional mistake, because it was supposed to be a terrible positional mistake in Carlsbad to play b5 just like this, But now it is maybe the main line, and I don't know. I mean, it's amazing.
Also in the Indian school of chess, by the way, Vladimir.
Sorry?
Even the Indian school of chess, we played very unsoundly, but we knew not to do b5. So it's a new development.
Yeah.
And the second thing is, I don't know whether the inclusion of h6 and then b5.
Yeah, first of all, h6 was always supposed to be not the way.
Because now, for instance, knight e3 immediately springs to mind if you want to play g6 as well or something.
So yeah, many things are changing nowadays.
I think knight white, no?
Knight g3 was played or not yet?
Not yet.
I guess he wants to put bishop on f8, and then actually I'm thinking now, and b5 makes a lot of sense, because there is a rule in chess that against which is established many years ago, that against the central attack you have to counterattack. Yeah, I mean, b5 actually it's a way to create counterplay, and maybe to fight against e4, which is White's main plan. So if you look at it with a fresh eye, so to say, without this concept that b5 simply cannot be good, and then actually it makes sense. I start to think about it. Why not, after all?
Knight g6.
Yes, I mean, for me the only objection is whether I need bishop b7. Maybe I could just play knight b6 without it. But
yeah, but I guess it's still theory, I suppose. Yeah, knight b6.
Yes.
Maybe then the problem that White can get b3 one day and kind of limit this knight on b6. I don't know. And I suppose another idea that maybe Black wants to play c5 one day and to take with a knight on c5. Yeah, that could be. Yeah. So knight g3, and I suspect Black will try now to get c5 as soon as he can. Before White gets his e4. Maybe even immediately.
Yeah, I'm also not completely sure why he needs bishop f8.
Yeah. That's what I wanted to say now. Before in c5 is also quite interesting. Maybe right here. Yes, dc5.
But it's a fascinating new try.
Bishop b5 here, maybe.
Yeah, but this is why I thought even on move 12, he could have played b4 and c5. When the knight is still on e2, then it's actually forced to a4.
b4 and c5, yeah. But then maybe he doesn't like that the knight can get.
Maybe e4 or something. Maybe e4.
E4? Maybe def knight g4, even if it looks slightly dubious.
Yeah, bishop c4.
Bishop c4, of course. Yeah, it can end. Might be a problem. Yeah.
Might end earlier than expected.
Yeah, who knows?
Or not. I mean, it's not like breakthroughs happening. But
yeah, maybe, this very typical nowadays computer moves like knight f8, as if nothing is happening. I don't know. You never know. Knight f6.
Also, instead of knight g4, maybe c takes d4 and just fight for the e5 square.
Yeah.
That's also possible because it's not like White has a knockout. No?
Yeah. I think maybe the problem was that the knight on e2 can go to d4, like dc5, knight c5, and maybe he didn't want to let this knight go directly to d4, maybe even here. I'm not sure but takes.
Knight d4, then I go queen b6, bishop d7, and
no, it's also interesting. It's possible. So knight g3 and Yeah, and but I suspect maybe knight g3 is a novelty, yeah, or something, because I think Firouzja started to think. What do you, by the way, Vishy, what is your opinion about Firouzja, and what do you think about him, his style, and so on?
Well, I think he's very strong. He has very good intuition, and at the moment he feels a bit raw. But maybe that's healthy also, because he's willing to try almost anything. Very similar to Duda. So both of them, well, you could say that they should develop like this or like that, but in a way they are free from all these rules.
That's how youngsters are, right? What do you think about, take a look at the other two games. Let's see how Fabiano is doing against Jan.
I think they got to a theoretical position. I've played this line with black in the 90s, beginning of 90s, quite a lot, but without bishop b5. It was bishop d3, a6, and so on. So I think I've had a couple of games at least on this line. And I think Vishy, you also did play.
Yes. So e6, and then I know that normally they try to get bishop h5, g6.
Yeah, castles, bishop e7 or bishop d6.
Yeah, bishop d6, then sometimes f3 and knight f4 can come, right?
Yeah.
It's been a while since I looked at this, but yes.
I mean, me as well. I even remember exactly when was the last time I've looked at it, and it was before our match, Vishy, in 2008. Okay. But you have played bishop f5, not a6, yes. Not a6, bishop g4. So I think I've studied this line, and I saw that if a6, bishop g4, white has certain chances to get a small plus, but bishop f5 was a problem. That's why I think Caruana, he played bishop b5 to avoid the bishop f5 line, and now he got into this variation, which is at least, not so easy for black.
Yeah, but okay, already Caruana is using this new move order, right?
It was
because bishop f4 and e3 without touching the knights. Because I think some guys were saying even d4, d5, c4, c6 is not accurate. You should go d4, knight f6, c4, c6. And wait for white to bring his knight out. And then if bishop f4, I don't know, queen b6 or d6 or whatever.
Ooh, it's very, very delicate way of...
I wonder how many of us understand what you guys are talking about. I've lost you already.
But it's true. I mean, it's another very interesting idea of
well, they're trying to delay knight c3 as long as possible and maximize that white. But okay, this must be a mistake, right? Because a6, bishop d3, you're getting black has a tempo up, right?
No. Why? Because black played bishop d7, bishop g4, and white played bishop b5, bishop d3. No, actually, it's extremely clever what he did, because, I mean, unless maybe there are other ways for black to play, but he managed to get him out of this bishop f5 line, and now he gets here, he gets to this position. So it's very clever. And it's against, like, this b5 move, it violates the basic rule, which is maybe wrong, I don't know, but I always thought that this is a well-established rule. In chess, when you develop your pieces, first you develop knights, then you develop bishops, yeah? Have you heard of this rule, Vishy, yourself?
It's a new variant, Vladi. You can give it to your computer friend and ask him.
Maybe it's a new version of chess. You cannot develop knights before you develop bishops.
Before the bishops, yes.
Okay, that's a new idea for me, But finally, we have white has all pieces developed, and now there is a choice for black to play whether bishop d6 or bishop e7. I remember very well that Vishy, you yourself played bishop e7 here, and even if I remember well, it was against Artur Yusupov in 1992 or something.
Yeah.
And Vladimir, you are telling us, you want to convince us that you have a bad memory.
It's very strange, the memory. I guess, Vishy, you have the same, problem, that sometimes you remember things extremely precisely, and most of the time those are things you don't really need to remember, yeah? And quite often some important variations which you have prepared and actually repeated before the game, you all of a sudden realize you don't really remember what you have just repeating a couple of hours ago. No, is it only with me like this?
Well, I have a sort of version of that, which is I remember exactly what I looked at. It doesn't make sense to me at the moment.
Sorry, Vishy. Again, I think there is internet issue. Which is understandable. India is quite far, yeah? But, but still, I think we lost you, Vishy, again.
In the meantime, actually, we have an interesting move.
Okay, I'll connect my second internet.
What do you think, Vlad, in the meantime, until he's fixing?
About bishop takes e2?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the main moves. Yeah, I thought it was an interesting move, because otherwise white goes f3, and if I remember well, white's best, if not only chance to fight for something was taken with a queen and on bishop d6 to try now bishop g5 already.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, can you explain me, Vishy, why do I remember this and I cannot, and I do not remember a game which I've played maybe a month ago on the opening variation, because this was my preparation for 2008, and I remember, I remember that bishop g5, that was my preparation.
Yeah, I remember this because this was my black preparation for couple in Brussels. 91.
91 maybe, yeah, I think.
Of course, my preparation ended bishop to queen e2 or something, but that.
Yes, unfortunately, yes, some internet issues again. I guess, yeah, I understand, because now it's like 10 o'clock in the evening in India, yeah, I think, and everybody is online.
Probably it's 9:20. I don't know why.
Yeah, maybe everybody is online.
I have a good connection, but it just keeps on freezing.
So you were talking about this variation, yeah, about your game with Artur Yusupov here.
No, in fact, I was saying that it's my preparation for Karpov in 91.
91. Yes.
The first match. But of course, not very detailed. I think my analysis finished bishop d6, bishop g5. Okay, that's enough, and we can move on. But, well, what we prepared in 91. But
yeah, but we haven't had engines even at 91. I mean, of course,
yes.
How can you? I mean, okay, you just say bishop d6 looks pretty equal, and that's fine.
Well, in 91, we started to have our databases.
Yes.
Well, you, Judith, started. I started in 93, I think, only. Well, I was from Soviet Union, and I think my first computer I got in the end of 92, and then, I started to work with it in 93. So actually, my first top tournament was Linares 1993. I've played without computer. I just had a couple of, I brought some notes with me, which I've, as all of us at that time, even if it's hard maybe to imagine for young guys now, but we were writing it ourselves, and that's all I had.
And it was our physical preparation as well. Mine was like 15 kilos or something with my paper notes.
No, but my favorite Vladi story when with opening preparation notes, and this is the bit I don't understand, because if he had computers in 93, then how he missed it in 94. But when he was playing Yudasin, at some point he gave Cheshkovsky a position and said, "Can you check this for me?" And Cheshkovsky came and showed him. He said, "You just played this move, and it's very strong." And that was it. It looked very strong, and Vladi was very embarrassed. How come I didn't see this at the board? And then he went to play against Yudasin, and then when they got to this position, he realized it was Yudasin to move. And,
yes. No,
And of course, that's why there are two draws in the exact same position.
Yes, I mean, no, it's Elmas
But
like
if you
this.
entered it into your computer, it should have shown you that it was.
No, but the thing is that I mean, my trainer at that time, Vitaly Tseshkovsky, he didn't have a computer. I only had a computer, so I just set him the position on the board, and I asked him if he could analyze it because he was my coach there. It was 94, yeah. And then he just go into a game like half an hour before. I was passing by him, and he set up the position. It was pretty a lot of pieces, and then he had shown me some complete refutation. That white is just almost winning, and it looked very convincing. So I said, okay, very strange because I was already dressed. I didn't have time to go to check my computer. And then actually on the way, I mean, already when I started the game, I realized that yes, not that it was a black move, but I think one of the pieces was already white pieces were developed. And in fact, my bishop was somewhere on g5 instead of c1, and then it was really working, something like that. Yeah, good old days.
In the meantime, we have moves on the board between Magnus and Alireza. We had b4, knight a4, c5, as we expected. And Magnus played knight f5,
Knight f5.
not reacting on c5 by taking.
Yeah, I would play c4 very fast.
Yeah, c4 looks very logical.
And then bishop c6, no? It's quite decent for black, right? I think you have to take on e7, no, Vladdy? Because
maybe,
if you play bishop
I don't know. I guess he wants, because otherwise black might get bishop f8, but knight
the
is
knight is so beautiful on f5.
Yes, but bishop is a bishop, yeah.
Always. You want to go f5?
And now I just want to go bishop c6. Aren't I just fine here?
Yes, I mean, I like black's position after c4. I guess maybe Magnus wants to get b3 at some point. I don't know, because this knight on a4, I would have taken on c5, but yeah, it's quite original. I would say
Magnus played very fast.
Yeah.
He played almost instantly knight f5, I think.
Well, because I suspect that he was thinking on b4 and c5 earlier on, but it's quite, I would say, quite double-edged what he's doing. I mean, yeah, it's sharp, it's principled, but there is a chance with this pawn structure to get worse for white one day. Unless maybe he wants to push e4 very quickly, but I would have been a bit, worried with a knight on a4.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all know a chess player called Taras, yeah, and what was he saying about the knight on a4? How was it in German, Vishy? Do you know it in German?
No, I only know it in English, which is already nice enough. A knight on the rim is grim. But...
yes. So it's in English, it's how? Knight?
On the rim is grim.
Yeah, I see. Okay. Because in Russian, they don't have this rhythm, yeah, so it's just a sentence. But I know in German, it's like a rhythm, yeah. So knight on the edge of the board it's a shame, yeah.
Yeah, that's how we have it in Hungarian too.
Yeah.
It's a shame on the player.
So shame on Magnus, but still he knows what he is doing, I'm sure.
Yes.
But it became really sharp. I mean, I like what you're saying. C4 takes.
Maybe he wants to keep the knight on f5, yeah.
Maybe because I even take with the rook and play bishop c6 and try to go queen a5. I don't know. But then you have knight c5 somewhere.
My bet he would try to keep the knight on f5 and push e4.
Bishop f8 e4, yeah.
I don't know, at some point. I don't know if here.
How can you go e4 here?
Yeah, I don't know, not immediately maybe, but yeah, I don't know. I really don't. I frankly, I don't like this decision of playing knight f5, but I would have taken on c5 and just quietly, maybe pretty equal position, but little bit more comfortable. Now it's getting very double-edged, I guess. And what about Aronian Tari's game? Because it seems quite interesting.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused with this queen on g6. Usually it's on h3, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes to h5, but I've never seen it on g6. I'm not quite sure what's going on.
Because the move order was rook e1, bishop d6, g3. It was a rare move order which was not supposed to be very dangerous, if I remember.
I played it myself, g3, I think, a few times.
Yeah, it's actually a clever move order because after bishop f5, d4, I think they go queen d7 there.
Yeah, but I think if queen d7, you can maybe already play d3. Yeah, so you avoid this d3 bishop f5 variation. But
no, g3 bishop f5 d3, then you go rook e8.
No, bishop
here,
f5
yes.
d4.
If here d3, then rook e8.
No, then d3 is already doesn't make sense. Yeah, because then better to start with d3. But I think that rook e8 was a good move instead of bishop f5 here. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I don't remember exactly. I mean, I think rook e8, and then idea sometimes it after exchange on e8 there is rook a7, rook e7 plan. Mm-hmm. Possibly.
Yeah.
By the way, I see that Magnus Carlsen, he is in the confessional room.
Wow.
Ah, okay. So maybe we just have the answer why he thinks.
But he might be. Yes. So what did he say?
He said, interesting position from the opening, actually. This is a type of position that has gotten more popular for Black, maybe in the last 5 years. Before that, people would, on the background of some good games by Kasparov, White would be better and have the ability to break the center with e4. And the following pawn structure would be good for White. But players with Black, based on some good games by foremost Kramnik, found some good resources. Very interesting what he did in the last few moves. He never played knight h5, which is the normal plan to exchange a bishop. Looks like he wants to complicate things. He played knight g3. It looks like e4 is a positional threat. Will be interesting to see what he does against that. I also have some hope that he has looked at this at the computer. This may be a position that they can't analyze that well. I don't know, it was a kind of translation fast because he was saying it unfortunately in Norwegian. He pleases the Norwegian audience.
But it seems that it's a new hate for Magnus, that he's playing and teaching people at the same time, yeah? Because it sounds like a good, actually very useful lecture for...
But actually it was done after knight g3. So this happened after the move knight g3 was on the board, move 30.
I think the reason he said that Vladimir started to revive this line recently is so that then afterwards future questions would go to him. Yeah. But he's asking the questions, that's a problem.
So should I maybe make a confessional now here?
Yes. He should just tell us.
But I think I did already at the beginning of our stream. I've said already that the main, if not only reason of why I've started to play this line last years and now still keep on playing it in Rapid or Blitz is that you don't need to remember much in this line. And that is what made it attractive to me, not necessarily the position itself, but just that I cannot get too bad position here with Black, and I still have enough memory to play rook e8, knight bd7, knight h5, knight f8, g6. That I can still manage.
But I see for now. Now, Magnus is running behind in time, and it's a very unusual setup. But what do you think, going back a bit to Levon's game? Because we started to discuss this, that the queen on g6, you find it strange there. And bishop g4, queen g2. This is the position.
Actually, I think now queen h5 is probably a transposition.
Actually,
because the queen would go h4, h3, bishop g4, queen h5. And now it's gone f6, g6, h5.
Actually, but yeah, is it the same amount of tempis? Isn't it maybe a tempi up for Black? For White? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. No, I think it's the same amount of tempos. Yeah, it might be.
Also, the question is, can white play f3 here? No,
But
because
E3
E1
is hanging.
No, E1 is hanging. No, E3, FG4, knight G2, and take on E1. Also, it's important that it's the A rook on E8, so that also matters.
Boring A4?
But the thing is, if black has to play queen h5, I'm not sure, maybe he can start even to play king h8 or f5. You know, the problem of this variation is that there are lots of options for black always, and very difficult for white to analyze everything till the end. And actually, in a practical game, it's much easier to play with black, yeah, because somehow there is initiative. So, but queen h5, yeah, is the most logical
Well, it's
move.
on the board by now.
But you really need to be sure that you remember very well variations.
So what is the line here? Is it rook e7 or?
What about bishop d1?
No,
I mean, I'm sure there are
F5.
F5. Usually they take an F5. I think white normally they're trying to play A4. Black tries to get.
Oh no, actually, E3 we are hanging also.
Also, yeah, I think
So
usually
A4?
white is trying A4 and black is trying rook E6 or something. And I'm pretty sure there are a couple of thousands of computer games here. I have no doubt.
But I think here also bishop h3, no? Isn't this the line?
Bishop
or bishop
h3, bishop d1, that's a usual trick, yeah. Queen f5, some variations like that.
Queen f3.
Yeah, something like
I don't
that.
know. I think g4 is probably not a good idea, right?
So much theory here that maybe queen d7. I don't remember, but a lot of theory in this variation. I'm not quite sure that both of them are in the book already.
Well, could Levon have anticipated this? Does Aryan play the marshal? I've forgotten. I don't recall him playing the marshal much.
I don't believe it that Levon would have entered it if he would play marshal.
Yes, that's also my guess.
I mean, Levon plays marshal himself, and he knows it that it's good, right? So it's so difficult to play it from the white side, I think. Then he knows it that it's just fine for black.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, he can play knight e4 here, right?
Knight e4?
Ah, no, because bishop f3, bishop d1, then bishop g2.
Yeah, bishop f3, bishop d1.
So he has to.
Yeah, the white doesn't have
a4 is the
a4. I don't know what else. Actually, it's not like it's bringing that much, but it's simply that difficult to find a useful move.
Another move.
Yeah, a4 at least you want a b, rook a6.
What about c4? I know it's not nice.
Yeah, usually knight b4 comes, so yeah, this kind of unpleasant.
Also, maybe knight e3, fe3, c5.
Ah, yes, also a very typical idea, knight e3, fe3, c5, yeah. Also very typical. Nah. Yeah, I mean, a4 is...
Well, that's the classical move, right?
Yes, it's
I mean, if you have nothing else, then you just play a4, open up the a line, a5.
Rook e6 and so on, yeah. Usually, I think it's big a b, rook a6.
Rook a6.
And, yes, and in some, long time ago, it was considered to be very complicated, lots of debates, theoretical.
I don't know what knight. No, I think you have to go rook e7 so that here you can have knight f4, or am I misremembering?
Yeah, I don't know, but I'm sure now.
No, but then knight f4 is not so strong anyway.
It's already sterilized, most probably. Yeah? I mean, to a draw. Objectively, but again, if the players they do not remember it, then it's a very, very interesting game. Yeah, it's maybe now bishop h3 can work.
If they don't remember their prep, it'll be like us commenting. Yeah.
Bishop d1, queen d1. I want.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to play also. Yeah. Let's go for it.
And rook e3.
Yeah.
Yes, we are geniuses, yeah?
Yeah, because after here, bishop h3, if you go queen f3, first of all, bishop g4 back is possible, right? Probably that will be the move. Nice perpetual, which is so common in the marshal.
Yes, but...
queen h1 what?
Sorry?
Queen H1.
Yes,
Well,
Queen
No,
H1.
Queen
want
F3,
to
Bishop
go
G4,
there.
Queen H1. I don't know, maybe Rook E8 is getting, no.
I can
that's
hardly
not-
believe that you're happy on H1.
Yes.
No, I'm not, but I'm happy with Rook C6.
Knight F4. Let's go.
And your rook? Doesn't
I
matter?
don't care. I don't care about my rook. Bishop E6, Knight H3 check.
I was sure about this intermediate move.
And now, I don't know, Bishop E6 maybe.
But then Queen F3.
Queen F3.
Maybe
Queen
check. Bishop
G6. Check and Bishop D5.
But I have Rook E2. Okay, no, then let me just play Queen takes C6.
Queen
No,
takes
Queen
C6, and now I take something on F2 on, I don't know, Queen takes C6. I want my immortal game. Knight F4 doesn't, yeah. Knight F4.
Maybe it's kind of too much.
It is, most probably, but sometimes it works, you know, sometimes it works and then you're...
Yeah, I think it will be immortal, Vladdy, just not in the way you want it.
Yeah, well, but I mean, it's true that I think that it seems Levon is out of book, yeah, and that's scary.
Let's see, A4.
Yeah, A4, no, but it's true, there are many moves here for black.
But Levon hasn't played A4 yet, right?
No, not yet, not yet.
No.
After Queen H5, still hesitating.
Mm-hmm. Also, another idea for black is King H8, F5, F4, yeah, that's a very typical idea also.
But
I don't know if
you're
it's
too slow, no, after A4.
It seems very slow to me.
AB, yes, it seems so, yeah. Rook A6, but again, I don't know if Rook A6 is actually so easy. I mean, Bishop H3 now, for instance. And now F5,
Knight
F4.
F4, Bishop
now,
F4, that's what you want.
Oh, now F5, F4, I don't know, yeah, it can be...
And Bishop D1,
Queen
Queen
D1.
D1. There's your...
Yeah, Queen D1, yes.
There's your immortal.
Excellent.
No, but that's why I want to play Queen F3, Bishop G4, Queen H1. If I go to H1, I would rather have the Bishop on G4.
You mean Rook A6, Bishop H3, Queen F3,
And
Bishop
then go to
G4,
if at all I'm playing, yeah.
Queen H1. I would still maybe consider F5, maybe. Can I? No, it doesn't. Bishop D5, F4, but that's too much, probably. Probably too much.
I'm not sure.
No, I don't believe in it. Also Rook C6.
Yeah, F4, Bishop E4, Fe3, Rook E3. I mean.
Yeah, but sometimes it comes to mate, you know, in there, and that's always. Yeah, no, probably F5 is too
Ambitious.
Yes. Let's use this word. Yeah, too ambitious. So what are the other options? Here, probably go. I mean, having Bishop F4, Knight F4, maybe Bishop F4 can work.
Well, I'm afraid I will take it. Can't White take?
Okay, Knight F4. Yeah, I don't think it will work, but maybe Bishop somewhere, yeah. C8, maybe even F5. I don't know. Yeah, probably shouldn't work. Yeah.
Well, maybe C8 works to attack the rook, because otherwise just Queen F3, I think.
Okay, if I go...
Rook A5.
Rook A8.
Or Rook A7.
Well, I won't just take that bishop.
Rook A8. Yeah. So let's
But
try
after Rook
to...
8, I think Bishop H3.
Yeah.
Queen F3 maybe.
But you don't mind your rook?
No, because I have your knight.
No, Queen G6, Queen G3, Rook A8. Yeah.
Bishop F4.
I stopped winning. Yeah.
Bishop F, yeah.
Chess is a funny game.
Yes, yes. But a4 in anyway, but I'm pretty sure black has quite a number of options after a4 in this position, but probably it has to be played.
Interesting that, what else can white do? There's not much of a choice.
Bishop c2, something like that, but I'm not sure it is, yeah, then because f5, f4 will start to come, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do after f5? Somehow it seems like you have to leave it on b3 to have the pin if
Yes.
black would play f5. And at least for the moment
Firouzja
f5.
played bishop f8, yeah, not c4.
Sorry?
Firouzja played bishop f8 instead of c4.
That's strange a little bit, maybe, but dc5, knight c5, bishop b5, yeah, would be.
I wonder why not c4.
I think knight takes c5 was played already anyway. Yeah, I don't quite understand why c4 was not played, but...
Well, if bishop f8 is the move, then knight f5 was definitely
yeah, definitely. Yeah. To knight c5, knight, I suppose knight takes c5, d takes c5, bishop takes c5.
So bishop b5 or rook c1?
Yeah, rook c1, probably queen to b6, yeah.
Queen d2 looks like nice for white.
Yeah, I mean, this knight on f5 is quite dangerous. I mean, now the king...
I mean, even at some point, rook takes c5, e4, and something might be happening.
Maybe it's better for black to play rook c8 and then get the bishop back to f8 instead of queen b6. But that looks already comfortable for white, this position.
But then bishop b5, isn't it strong?
Bishop b5, well, rook e6 somehow.
Yeah.
No?
Then it was bishop a6.
Sorry? Bishop?
Well, if rook e6, then I'm threatening bishop a6 maybe.
I think
black should fight that bishop, right?
Well, we have this on the board right now after bishop c5.
But at least we already know one post-mortem conference question, which we'll ask to both players. What's wrong with c4?
Yeah.
I still don't get what is wrong with c4, but okay, it's already played. So how would you assess the position? Rook c1 is played. Vishy, what would be your assessment after rook c1?
I feel white is slightly better, but...
this is rook c1 is on.
It's not tricky for black to play, I think.
I wouldn't be happy with black here.
Well, to play against the knight on f5, it's not fun.
Maybe bishop b6, maybe, yeah, it's important to keep the bishop on this diagonal, at least stopping bishop h4 ideas,
But are you really stopping bishop h4?
I mean, I pretend at least to. Bishop h4, rook takes c3, maybe. Also,
well,
queen d2.
Maybe for the moment.
Queen d2, knight e4 I want to play. Cheap tricks, that's my style.
But I'm not sure.
Most of them anyway do not work, but knight takes f2. Yeah, but here I get compensation. Here I'm happy with the initiative, queen f6, and it's already... Of course, queen d2 was far from necessary, yeah? I mean,
Well,
you
if I step into something tactical, then it may be not very good.
Tactical, yeah, maybe king h1, just useful move, preparing bishop h4 somewhere, and... but still not too bad for black, probably.
Okay, guys, I will leave you now. I will leave you now. And,
yeah, thank you very much, Vishy. So,
good seeing you both.
Yes, and all the very best to you, and thanks a lot for joining. It was a pleasure as always to see you.
Thanks very much. Good night.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye. Yeah, it was nice to have world champion Vishy Anand. Always great to see him, and that he's sharing his thoughts with us. Actually, it's becoming very interesting this round again. And you will not believe what happened between Levon and Aronian. H4 was played.
That is, I don't know.
Unexpected.
Extremely dangerous to play H4. I mean, I can understand him because he is afraid of, at minimum, all sorts of move repetitions with bishop H3, but it's my experience of Marshall is
let's say I ask you
against this move usually.
Ask you unexpected question. How were you playing chess when you were playing against someone who is, let's say, not from the top elite? And here Aronian is number 130 or 133 in the world at this point. He's a very strong, talented young player. But it's clear that he is not in the top 10, right? So his preparation and knowledge is not there, we can say yet or whatever, but it's not there. So were you ever making decisions accordingly that you did not want to play objectively the best move, but you said, okay, I have different alternatives in this position and I have H4. Well, maybe it's dubious, maybe it's not so clear, but it's an interesting idea. So I'm playing against a player of 26-30, so maybe he can get lost in calculation, in understanding the position. I will be smarter, but I want to confuse him. So I make a decision that I play a move which I'm not sure. It's not bad, but it's interesting. It's maybe I wouldn't play it against Kasparov or Kramnik, but it's so interesting that I try it out because I think I will understand the position better in the long run.
Yes, well, what can I say? It's very intuitive, you know. So I at least, I'm talking about myself. I never had a very clear algorithm, you know, of that. So it very much depends on a tournament, on a day, on many other things, on the style of your opponent. How do you see him? How do you see this current situation? So I mean, in general, I'm always used to always try to play, I mean, moves which I like, but sometimes, yes, sometimes it could happen, but the reasons for it were very different, you know, for very different reasons. Because I wanted to win a lot, I needed to win, and sometimes would take too much risk because I think that this particular player is not so good in this particular type of position because I'm just didn't have enough sleep and I'm nervous and I just don't care, you know. There can be many different reasons, but H4.
I think some players, and I remember when I was a teenager, for sure, I played a lot of times moves when I was seeing the position, I was looking the tournament situation, as you said, also that it's part of it, and also the time. It was, for example, if my opponent was in time trouble, I was clearly looking for the best option to confuse my opponent or to make it very difficult. And I thought, well, okay, he has to calculate so much that he might not find it. And I'd like to challenge him with this instead of playing something which is the most natural move. And for example, here in this move, obviously, while Levon was thinking, I mean, A4 is the most obvious move, right? So I'm pretty sure that Aronian was also counting on A4. So while Levon is thinking in his time, he was also thinking that what is he going to play, right? And H4 is a move that most likely he was not counting on in this position. So maybe I wouldn't be surprised if, let's say, Aronian would spend 25 minutes after this move.
True, but in this, at least from my point of view, in this particular situation, both players have a lot of time still left. So we cannot talk about time trouble. It's not like it's not posing any trap as far as I can see. So me personally, since I don't like h4, so I wouldn't have played it probably with any player above 2400, I would say. I mean, I just find it extremely risky and not clear what are the advantages, but it's in a long term, it's extremely risky. So I personally don't like this move, but of course, again, Levon is a very strong player. He is a very experienced martial player, so he knows what he is doing and he's taking risks. That's obvious. It also obviously shows that probably he's not very happy with the opening, with the results of the opening, but I think he deliberately taking risk and maybe he assesses it better than me and he thinks that the risk is, it's worth it, that the risk is not too high. To my understanding, it's taking too much risks, in my opinion.
Well, I think, of course, to make everybody to understand it, the reason we are worried about h4 in some ways, in the long run, that probably at one day when black will be possibly taking on e3, and after fe3, now the pawn is not protecting from h2 the g3 pawn. So this is the worry you're having, right? That in the long run, sometime the pawn would be standing much better on h2. But before we go on here, I just got a message that Magnus again visited the confessional booth, and in a fast translation, I got some message that he said a little update. I actually expected that would be b4 followed by c5 after knight g3 like he did. So he was expecting this c5 plan. Now after knight f5, he has a very difficult strategic decision to make, whether to go for c4 or and give up the bishop pair, or to play bishop f8. Well, this is what we were discussing heavily, right? That what is the best move? What I believe is that if he plays c4, we can easily get a position where it's difficult for both to do anything, but he can easily become passive, as I will capture his bishop and I will play bishop c2. Then eventually I will build up with rook e1 and perhaps activate my bishop with bishop g3 and h3 and so on. So before I move on with his remark, I just want to show on the board. So Magnus is explaining that after c4, knight e7, he would definitely be grabbing that, bishop c2, and later on in some way to play bishop
rook e1, bishop g3,
rook e1, and h3, and eventually e4, I guess. The point is that e4 is difficult for me to make, but if I will become much better. He has a pawn storm going on the queen side, but difficult for him to make progress. He can also play bishop f8, but I will exchange all pieces on c5, rook c1, queen b6, and maybe queen a4. So actually, he gave a broadcast on this. So he was sharing with the Norwegian audience.
I think Magnus, he's getting used to this. It calls banter blitz. Yeah, when you are when you are explaining your moves, while you play. So I think it's.
And then he continued that and exchange queens on b5. So we all know that his plan is queen b5. Then I think I will be slightly better, a bit like with black against Aronian yesterday. A bit better for me. Very difficult decision for him to make. So I understand he takes a lot of time. Well, this is what we were discussing, that after knight f5 to play c4 or not to play c4. So it's definitely, Magnus also shared with us what we felt, that this is actually was from black's point of view. I think it was the critical moment of the game.
I think so, yeah. But to me, again, yeah. I don't pretend to be right or something, but to me, I would have played c4 without much hesitation.
Yeah.
To me, no doubt. I mean,
but this can also be part of experience. Because
yeah. Or I might also be wrong. I mean, but for me, there is absolutely no doubt I would have gone c4 here. And so, I think the position, what Magnus is saying with bishop c2, it's true. Yeah, of course, he's right, but. I don't think actually black has any problem there. I mean, you have, we can try to analyze it if you want a little. I mean, if c4, after knight f5, yeah? Knight f5, c4, here, instead of bishop f8. c4, knight takes c7 check, yes, right, knight takes c7 check, queen takes c7, bishop c2, yes, correct, bishop c6, let's try. And no, with a bishop on c2 probably.
Sorry, we have all kind of moves already, and
bishop
then it's
c2,
jumping.
bishop c6, rook e1, yeah? That sounds, yeah, that looks logical so far.
Yes, because actually it is the case that if white once plays e4, game is over practically. So this is the whole game is about right now. That the battle is whether e4 will be possible or black can stop playing.
But it's, frankly, to me, it looks almost impossible to realize, yeah, if black is cautious here, because I don't actually see a real plan for white as well as for black. I mean, how actually you can manage this e4? Because it's knight on a4 is always a problem, you know, it's a long-term problem somehow. I mean, even if, yeah, of course, as always, Magnus is absolutely correct in his general vision of the position that probably both players will sort of run out of useful moves. But let's say if black goes rook a c8, for example, just a useful move, bishop g3 was, yeah, and I don't know, let's say a5, or even a5 is not necessary, but a5, and how can white actually progress here? I don't...
He wanted to say h3, he said?
Yeah, and I stay. Queen, I don't know, queen e6, I just stay. Let's say I give you the rule here. You make 5 moves in a row. No, I'm joking, of course, a bit, but how to proceed with white? I mean, it's so difficult because there is always c3, b3 coming. It almost seems to me like almost a positional draw, some sort of a positional draw.
Well, maybe he would go bishop f5, for example, to make some provocation.
Yeah.
So you have to move away with your rook because now knight c5 might be.
Yeah,
different.
bishop takes. I mean, at some point I can give my bishop. I mean, not in this particular position, but at some point I can really consider actually giving my bishop for the
But
knight.
now you have to move your rook, right?
For now, yes, I can go g6 maybe.
Okay, then I provoked you playing g3, g6. I'm gonna come back. I go bishop
Let
f4.
me try knight h5 maybe now.
Maybe that's why h3 was better first. So Magnus is right.
Well, let me put my queen on e6, for example.
You didn't like my bishop on f5 so much. I understand. Understood. But can't knight c5 be unpleasant for you?
Knight c5, yeah. Takes,
queen on d4.
Yes, can be. Depends on tempest, because the pawn can be weak, yeah, on c5. But in general, I would be very
in this
positive.
In this position, Karpov's old saying comes to mind. When I was still a kid teenager, and his famous sentence, you're seeing a complicated middle game which is roughly equal. You're analyzing with him and you say, yeah, but it's more or less, okay, play. In 5 moves, I'm going to be better. And I think Magnus has somehow similar feelings that he knows that it's maybe he's not even better, but it's such a complicated game that when you put together all the nuances and he will understand the game better, he has the self-confidence that he will simply outplay the young kid, right?
Maybe, but if you're talking about objective assessment of the position,
it's
frankly,
okay for black.
I would take black, to be honest, even if it's maybe not right. I like more black. I think there is more potential. Black has more potential because of this b4 c4 pawns. I mean, I don't say black is better, of course not. Black is definitely not more than equal, but in a long run, I would definitely. I mean, no doubt, I would be black. Yeah.
But let's go back to the game.
Have a choice.
Because we have a very strange move played, bishop c8, which at first I'm scared to see this with black.
Yeah, but it's it actually might be a good move. It depends if it works tactically, because of course black wants to take on f5 and take on e3. Yeah, it's Well, he just wants to attack the e3 pawn.
Get rid of this wonderful knight on f5.
Yeah, and in case of knight d4, then bishop d7 comes, and it's also quite a good place for the bishop on d7. So, but for now, for the moment, of course, it's like it looks like there is a certain disharmony, yeah, in white's in black's position. So there might some tactics might come. If not, then it's a good move probably. Knight d4 was played, yeah.
Knight d4 was played because actually queen b5 was not possible from white side. It also stopped that.
Well, now I suspect bishop d7 will be played, yeah.
And then queen c2 or queen b3?
Maybe, I mean, Magnus here promised that he wants to change queen, so I guess queen a6. He already explained us everything what he's going to do today.
But yeah? I think queen a6 will not make anything good because black can just play bishop c8.
Or just leave it like it is, yeah, also. But now maybe bishop, queen b5, maybe some...
bishop is on c5.
But it's possible that black might just make a
rook
a move,
c8.
Yeah? Yes.
I have the feeling he would be coming back to c2.
No, I know Magnus, he's always keeping his word. I mean, so I expect queen a6. But queen c2, maybe bishop
we are
before
just
d4.
going to see it in a second. Whether is he going to go for queen a6 or he comes back to...
But the problem of queen c2 is probably bishop takes d4, e4, bishop b5. Yeah, then because black can change...
But bishop h4 maybe? Rook on c5. No, rook on c5 can be very unpleasant. Don't you think so?
Yes.
Well, rook is not there yet.
Rook is not there yet. Yeah, bishop b5 maybe.
Well, there is not much for white maybe.
Here, not much. Yeah, I think that's why I would probably expect queen a6 move. Even if it's still not so much after queen a6.
I have the feeling that bishop c8 was not necessarily considered by Magnus.
Yes, I'm not sure. Maybe.
I mean, maybe already when it happened or at that position, but before when, according to his message in the confessional booth, he was not expecting bishop c8. And actually, if it's a good move, it's a brilliant move.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. And I'm sure also Magnus, he would have said it if he would see bishop c8 and give us the line there. But it's true, bishop c8, I have a feeling maybe he had underestimated or missed it all because it looks like a very good move, yeah. So maybe let's see what is going in the Levon's game against some
because
strange things are happening. Bishop somehow got to e2. That was a move played, bishop e2.
Knight f1. So the idea, I guess, that if black goes bishop f3, then bishop d1, and now the e3 bishop is defended very well from the knight. And actually, you said it right. Magnus played queen a6.
Bishop d1, yes. Well, first of all, I can take on g2, take on f1, and take on g3, yeah, if I want just to equalize. Bishop takes g2, bishop takes f1, king takes f1, I suspect, and bishop takes g3.
So...
No, I even, yes, also this is taken, but this may be rook e3, and then bishop I thought immediately taken on g3, maybe even.
But the h4 is hanging.
Knight e3, rook e3, I want rook e3, f e3, bishop takes g3, bishop f3, maybe.
But it doesn't look, I mean, why is it better for white?
No, white is not better, but I mean, for sure. But bishop takes g3, maybe even black can be slightly better, yeah. No, it's just equal probably, but I mean, bishop g3, I'm trying to play for advantage.
But why would it be black better?
h4 is hanging.
Yeah, I take f takes g.
No. Yeah, knight e3. No, just very tactically. And knight c4. No, better not, of course.
No, with such a bishop, please.
Yeah, better not. But on knight d5. But it's perfectly fine for black. It's just nothing.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, absolutely nothing for white. But maybe, I mean, knight f1.
So after bishop f3, white has to move with his queen. It's not very tempting.
No, I'm pretty sure bishop d1 will be played because that is really too much, yeah, to play queen. I don't know, queen h2. No, that's I cannot believe simply. Or queen h3
Queen
also.
h3, and if
At
bishop g4,
bishop
queen
g4 at
h1.
minimum.
Queen h1, and if bishop f3, then bishop d1.
Yeah, but what is then? What is the next move? Like rook e6. I know it's so dangerous. I mean,
Well, eventually a4 should be the move.
Or even always bishop f3, bishop d1, bishop takes d1 and f5 or something.
Yeah.
It's like a very bad version of a typical or rook e6 or f5, f4.
Well, probably white. Yeah. No, it doesn't look good here.
Awfully dangerous. Yeah, I mean, probably.
Yeah.
No, I think that something is going wrong for
Let's see
white here.
For
I'm not even sure about bishop f3 move here, by the way.
Sorry?
I'm not even sure about bishop f3 move. I mean, I don't see white doesn't have any threat so far. So you also can try to play rook e6 maybe, or rook e8, those kind of moves.
But then...
Why not after all?
No, it doesn't look good for white.
No, not at all, yeah, in my opinion.
Well, maybe here white should go bishop takes on d5,
Mm-hmm.
and after cd, knight h2.
It's pretty sad, yeah. Rook f8 maybe even, because still I don't see a threat.
No, this is not fun.
Yeah, no fun at all, yeah. So I think...
we have rook e6 on the board.
Rook e6, okay. So I don't know whether it's... Ariane is playing for a win or just he saw something which he didn't like after bishop f3, but I think it's more the first variation. Most likely he just thinks his position is preferable, and honestly I agree with him. I think black is doing extremely well, unless there is some tactics. I mean, I don't know which tactics, but maybe bishop d1 is a way to, but then already takes and rook e8, f5.
Well, yeah, then h4 is very much something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even rook e8 is just very typical. Usually you have same position with a pawn on h2 and black is doing very well, and h4 seems to me much more of a weakness than a useful move.
No, I mean, for sure Levon would like to be on the other side. He played bishop d2.
Bishop d2.
Knight e3 is the plan, clearly.
Mm-hmm. But you can get knight f4, and like rook f8 maybe.
Let's say rook e8. And if knight e3, actually after knight e3, can't black just take twice?
Yeah, it's might work also. You have to check, of course, like takes and bishop d1, maybe miraculously, but I have my doubts. Yeah, probably rook takes g3 still. Maybe queen g3, bishop g3, rook e2. And then f5 somehow.
That's kind of a tricky situation.
And f5 somehow, yeah.
Yeah, f-pawn has to move.
But I think black has a simpler way, yeah, to play. I mean, yeah, after rook e8, knight e3, I mean, knight f4 looks quite serious to me.
But after knight f4, white will not capture this. What if I just take this?
Take even. Ooh, that is brave. But
well,
bishop
my position
f3,
is not something that I have so many options.
Bishop f3, I don't know, queen h4 will come next. And we get our immortal, finally.
Okay, let's show it.
I don't know if queen h4 is in, because gh, rook g6 check, king f1, knight, yeah, that might not work necessarily. King f1, knight h3,
but why?
Knight g4. knight g4 maybe. But for sure there was some other way to mate, I mean, instead. But no, I mean, seriously, let's see what is the plan. No, here I'm sure there is just, I mean, knight h3 check or whatever, knight e2 check. It should, or rook g6, just very simple move. I mean, I don't believe you can too many pieces in attack.
Well, it does look scary, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Let's try to see maybe from the beginning, from this position after bishop d2 and what is played.
We have another confessional boost remark by Magnus. And he went back and said, one thing I forgot to say earlier, I think that if Aronian had played f3 instead of h4, let's see what he has in mind.
Let's see, yeah.
It's good that he has the time for other games also to share his views.
Yes.
And again, I think his messages to you.
Yeah, it seems so. So what is it?
Aronian had played f3 instead of h4 in the last move. We get a very strange move transposition that was seen first in Kramnik versus Aronian, I think in 2008.
Yes, I remember. I played a rapid game with Levon. Yeah, was it this position? Yeah.
He said that would be quite odd. Apparently, Aronian didn't see the humor in that.
That is quite amazing because, yeah, now I remember. I was sure it's not this position, but actually it was quite strong. I thought I was better, and I won the game, and I thought it was quite.
We have Engine Magnus in the hall.
No, you see, we were just discussing the memory of Magnus. Can you imagine to have such memory as that he remembers this position, the game which was played in 2008, and I frankly. Barely remember that we have played this at all in Marshall, and of course, definitely, I don't remember exactly the precise move order. So f3, but I think it seems to me that Levon have forgotten it as well, because I think it was actually very powerful. It was quite dangerous for Black. I mean, I got better and I won a game. Yeah, now I remember, like taking on e3, fg. Queen g4, queen f3, and all of a sudden it's not easy for Black to equalize. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Thank you, Magnus. Thank you. We can consider as if
he thinks of us.
We have had him at the press conference already today. Yeah, so he's answering our questions one after another. Let's see what happens next.
I got the information from our superb tech people that it was 2007, Yerevan Rapid game.
Yes, I remember.
4th of
2007. May. Yeah, was actually very nice. I can tell you, it was the first game of our rapid match, which, by the way, I lost. But it was in Yerevan. And chess in Armenia is a national religion, I would say. And we have played at the main opera of Yerevan, and it's the major opera hall, and they have, I think like around 3,000 places there, and it was completely full, but also a lot of people were sitting on the stairs or standing. So I think all in all, we had like 4,000 spectators live, And that was quite a feeling. At that time, I think the president of Armenia was the president of Armenian Chess Federation. So it was a very nice trip and extremely, very, very pleasant to see how chess can be popular in the country. Just the only problem that I lost the match finally. But that's okay. That's no problem. That's fine.
Yeah, actually, there are some countries where you had this incredible atmosphere on chess events. And I was very fortunate that actually I also played in Hungary in an event where I had this, when I played in '93 against Boris Spassky, shortly a few months after the rematch between Fischer and Spassky. And in Budapest, we were playing in one of the big hotels ballroom, and we had about 1,000 people daily. And, you know, with the people having their small chess sets and they were putting it. And the demo board was still that some people were manually setting the pieces. And I mean, those days are gone, but we have internet where we can have.
Yes, but it's not the same. No, of course, we have even a bigger audience, definitely on internet. But this atmosphere, you know, of packed,
it's very unique.
Opera hall, and when people are, you know, following the game, you know, they're asking you immediately after the game what was. I mean, they're applauding, you know, you. It's something which is you don't forget easily. But okay, anyway, we don't complain. Especially since I've noticed that we had close to 100,000 views of our yesterday's stream. That's also not too bad, yeah.
Yeah, it is very impressive, and we are very thankful for that for our audience.
Yes, so what is going on? Rook f8? No.
Actually, just in a minute, I got the information that your game went with f3.
Yes.
f3, knight e3. Queen f2.
Ooh. Good old days.
No, 1 second. Queen
f2, yeah?
Knight e6. f3, knight e3, queen f2, knight d5, f takes g4, queen takes g4, and queen f3.
Okay. Yeah, because white can be a bit better in this structure with a knight on e4 and so on.
Oh, but 1 second, the rook is on e6 already.
Yeah, that's maybe.
The rook was on e6 already, so that was the difference.
So maybe
that actually
then,
this position with the rook on e6.
Yeah, but after knight e3, queen f2, maybe it makes a serious difference because rook is not hanging on e6. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was little different.
But it might actually make it not play. I don't know. I really don't know. f3. Let's try to see with the rook on e8 if it's still possible to play like this. From other point of view, after knight takes e3, now maybe it's possible simply to take on g4. No, it doesn't work.
No, knight g2. So you have to go
queen f2. But yeah, that might be a significant difference. Yeah, that the rook on e6 is not.
Yeah, because here you can go simply queen h6. No, then it's.
Why not?
Because takes and bishop f7, I guess.
King h8. But also maybe instead of knight takes g4, I can try to make a move like c5 or king h8. Yeah, I don't know. It's
possibly.
It's hard to say. Yeah, but obviously.
So it's a little different. It's a little different.
So you see, even the sun has spots, as we say.
Okay, so in the game right now, after bishop d2.
Yeah, rook f8.
No, rook f8. Rook f8. So actually, it's getting very tense from white side.
a4, was played, as if nothing is happening. I don't know. What do you think, Judith, about this position?
I don't know. I didn't like it for white, to be honest, because it's very passive. In other hand, if white will be able to open up the a file, then again, white gets a breathe.
But I would just a4 is. I would consider even a move like h6 simply then, because very useful move.
h6 here?
Why not? Yeah, because a4 is not threatening anything, so h6.
Well, I open up with ab.
AB, yeah. Because I doubt you can really enter now to.
But why can't I go bishop d1?
That's always possible, but still, even if I just take on d1.
Takes, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, then I enter with my queen to
queen
e2.
On e2.
Yeah, at minimum, d1.
Yeah, these simply never work from white side.
Never, yeah, never works. Yeah, I mean, black has at minimum enough compensation here.
Well,
More
I
than
would
enough.
be surprised if white would have any option to have advantage. To be honest,
Advantage,
in
yes,
this
I
position,
would be
because
very
white is so
surprised.
passive, and black is actually doubled his rook already.
Yes, to me, yes, I would be very worried if I would be black. If I would be white. Here, yes.
What about bishop f3, by the way?
Bishop f3. Yeah, looks logical.
And if white takes, takes.
Queen.
This is the headache. Where to take the queen? You don't want to put it to g2, h2. You don't want to put it on h3, but you have no other choice.
h3, yes, but maybe h3.
I mean, it's not nice, but if white can play knight h2 next, then actually it's not so bad.
Yeah, also ab sometimes. No, that's why. It's still, of course, I'm sure black has quite few interesting
options. Seems like
options,
bishop f3 is not so good, I think.
I like some slow moves here, like h6. I don't see what is.
Can black go b4?
B4, yeah, sometimes. Again, c4, yeah, and we need to start calculating variations again. But at least white gets c4, maybe then c5.
Yeah, because here bishop f3, I think white would be taking here.
Yeah, even, yeah.
And then,
but I don't think a line white can really do much on a line. So why to react? Yeah, I would, yeah, just to make a useful move, unless there is something direct. I don't really see it. I don't see any direct continuation, but h6 seems to be a healthy, solid move, for instance, yeah?
Yeah, but usually you want to go f5, right? Which actually you cannot do right now, probably. f5, f4.
Yeah, but then you need your rook on f8, probably, yeah?
And your king on
h8. You have
h8.
rook on e8, probably it's more already that you are playing for the e line and for more positional.
But maybe after h6, I would be going knight h2. Or takes ab5, and knight h2.
Knight h2. And what is
for the
next?
Time being.
What is next?
Oh, you know how chess is. You make one move, I make one move. In such a position, it's good that it's your move.
So you think it's like a mutual Zugzwang situation?
No, I would go rook a6, let's say.
Rook a6, but then immediately the first rank will start to be weak, yeah, at some point. I don't. Knight no, you're right. Of course, knight h2 is sensible.
At least you don't have bishop f3, which I'm very grateful.
But maybe I can,
those white squares being weak.
I would consider something like g5 also. Okay, if I get crazy and I start
you really want to go g5? You're serious? And if I just take it?
hg.
Bishop d5.
cd5.
Queen takes d5.
Ah, you just take this pawn.
Well, I want another pawn even.
You there, yeah? Because it looks scary. But maybe
bishop
right.
c4. No,
bishop
but then queen f3.
Bishop. No, maybe some positional play just to continue. I have a very nice h line. I just need to get my pieces there, yeah?
Well, you don't have too much pieces, right?
That's true.
Many of them.
Rook g6, but yeah, that's risky, of course. But,
I don't know. I have a feeling that I'm not slow here with white. Rook a7.
Yeah, probably you're right.
Now I have the feeling that my h2 knight gives.
Yes. No, maybe it's premature g5. So, but maybe I should just make some nice move here. Maybe even simply bishop d3. Then you have the f3.
Queen f5, maybe. What do you think?
Yeah. Queen f5, yeah, a nice move. I agree. Very nice move. Just stopping everything. Queen h3,
queen
bishop
d3
c2.
Possibly.
Yes, just a nice positional move. Absolutely right. Yeah.
You see, it's incredible. We both retired. You start playing g5. I am starting playing queen f5.
Yes, and you start taking the pawns like bishop d5, queen d5.
Times are changing.
Yes, but yeah, queen f5, very good move, yeah, because now queen d3 comes, and also actually Yeah, what is nice after h6 that now already knight e3 never works because you can take twice and maybe take on g3 because
the back rank.
Quite an important actually space, yeah, for the king. H6.
But I think h6 is not an easy move at all. Not an easy move.
Not an easy in the sense that you want something even more direct, more especially as a young player, you are calculating a lot, yeah. You are trying to find the forced decision, but otherwise it's logical.
But also in the Marshall h6, I'm not sure I've seen it too many times in similar position.
Yeah, true. But the choice is, I mean, it's quite pleasant choice for black and quite a big choice. So I think that's why
he went bishop f3.
I don't think, yeah, bishop f3. So yeah, you see more direct play. Yeah, that's quite typical for. Also might be okay, but maybe it's a little too early.
I don't know. I have a feeling that you shouldn't exchange the rooks because it's somehow better for black to have two rooks.
Yeah, and also white has little useful moves. Yeah, white really.
Okay, now white will take, I guess.
I think, and queen h3, and somehow. In fact, this rook on e1 is actually extremely passive with a bishop on e2. Yeah, if you look at it, even logically, yeah, because now white wants a-b, his rook enters. He doesn't need
rank. Black's back rank now takes now the black back rank takes a big role.
And rook on e1 is not absolutely before bishop f3 is not into the game at all. Yeah, and now he chooses. I mean, he changes a passive rook against an active rook, and logically, unless there is some very direct refutation or something, but logically it shouldn't be good. I mean,
rook e6. Rook e6 is on the board.
Queen h3. Maybe he just wants to make bishop g4, bishop f3, and tries to repeat moves. And it's true that white's only chance to avoid it is to get his queen on h2, and of course it's not a very
queen h3 is on the board.
Nice square. I suspect bishop g4 will come, and then. Yeah, it's a decision to put the queen on h2. Yeah, it's not the best square, but it's only way for white to try to play for a win.
Okay, I think we can go back a short time for Magnus's game, and then we should look Fabiano's game, even though that game goes a little slower than the other two. And we have queen exchange since then, because what has happened, let's see. After queen a6,
rook e7, healthy move, yeah.
Rook fd1, knight e8. Was the plan knight c7 from black side?
No, it's very, quite nice. Maybe knight d6, knight c4, knight c7, knight e6. It's kind of typical, and to me seems to be a very healthy idea. Knight e8.
Magnus took on b6, a takes b6, bishop b1. Very logical. And actually, this is exactly the position right now. So will black go knight d6, or the d5 pawn would be?
Oh, so of course, very logical, knight d6, but I guess knight b3 might be a problem or not.
This can give some trouble.
Let's try to calculate variations. Yeah, because bishop takes e3, you takes, rook takes d5.
Too many pieces on the d5.
Yeah, that leads to a serious trouble.
Piece loss.
So after knight b3, yes.
Actually, it's not. Yeah, it is.
It's close to. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, even if not completely, but that's definitely not an option probably for black. So
knight d6 is not possible, it seems.
Knight d6, knight b3, knight c4 might work, but probably also will not. So I suspect. But
after knight c4, I thought knight takes c5 and rook d5.
Yes, I have. Maybe there is a way for black to exchange everything somehow, but I doubt, frankly. Like knight takes b2, no, it shouldn't work. C5.
White has too many bishops.
Yeah, so probably Probably knight d6 is not the
So
right
maybe
move.
black has to go back to f6.
Or c7 also.
C7, but then also knight b3.
Knight b3, maybe bishop a4 can be played then.
That might be.
I think black's position is very solid and it shouldn't be bad, but needs black next 2-3 moves are very important, I believe. I don't know if knight c7 is the right way of playing or some other move, but of course potentially you can see that the pawn structure, black's pawn structure is very weak. So let's say if you change a lot of pieces, I mean, these endgames can be very dangerous because of this b6 pawn, b4 pawn, d5 pawn. But for now, he has a very powerful bishop on c5, a good pressure on e3 pawn. So if he manages to keep pieces...
Black's main piece is the bishop on c5.
Yeah.
Right? That holds everything together for the moment.
Yeah.
So this is the big question, whether how white can eliminate that.
It will not be easy for white, but maybe even I am thinking that one day white might even consider playing e4 here. Maybe, and then...
And maybe that would be the move after knight c7, actually. Immediately.
Still, I think d4, I don't see exactly how...
the pawn on a2 is hanging.
Yes, bishop e4, but there is tactical motives maybe. Rook a2. And no, I was thinking about some mate ideas on the 8th rank because of the king on g8, but I don't see how to make it work. Probably no way, yeah. So let's see what is. I think it's quite satisfactory position for
But I think
black.
now it's a critical moment for black where he is going to place his knight.
Yes. I mean, normally, of course, yeah, you would agree that knight not d6 would be.
Yes, but for now, maybe you cannot make it simple.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking about an idea, for instance, trying to go bishop a4, maybe, if it works, of course.
Immediately
Just to,
here.
yeah.
Provoking me again.
Yeah, just to stop knight b3. I don't know if b3, then maybe back even. And then knight d6 finally, if I can manage it, of course. Yeah, I'm not sure about it. Yeah, maybe it's too slow, probably.
Well, it's hard to imagine that you can throw away two tempes like this. But on the other hand, of course, the b3 square is essential. That can give the only danger to the c5 bishop.
But in any case, yeah, that's maybe it's too sophisticated way of playing. I think that usually...
Actually, it's on the board.
Yeah?
It's on the board, bishop a4. No, I like this bishop a4 actually, because it's white has to make a decision to play b3 or not. Because
frankly, when I've mentioned this move, I didn't like it so much. I just mentioned it, but now I see everyone else likes it, but not me. Yeah, knight f5 is an option maybe, but rook, I guess. So bishop d1, knight e7, bishop e7, rook takes d1.
White should be better there.
Yes.
I mean,
must be.
This is something Magnus would be happy with.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm pretty sure.
That is. Although still knight c7, bishop c5, if you manage, it's quite solid. But yeah, it might not work simply.
But knight c7, e4.
Yes,
or bishop
it
g3.
might not work.
G3 is not.
Again, maybe some tactical issues, but yes, knight e6, bishop c5, but I don't believe in it. Yeah,
again, too many bishops for
white. Yes, that's true. So I guess knight f5.
I think you have to move with your rook. So it's either to d7 or to e5.
Yeah, but d7 after b3, then you Not clear where do you go with your
Yeah,
bishop.
exactly. Now I would go b3.
Maybe rook e5. Yeah, because now you have.
But rook e5 also looks, I don't know.
Looks, yeah, but at least if b3, bishop d7, I attack the knight again. And maybe it's quite acceptable here.
g4. No, d3 is hanging.
Mm-hmm. Or maybe knight d4, but then it's not.
Yeah, but then
the
there was no
advantages.
point, really.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So
then
probably rook
no
e5.
Point. So rook e5 is the.
Yeah, rook d2 you can play, but no, actually b3, bishop d7 was played. I can see.
Mm-hmm.
So
okay,
let's
so no
maybe,
knight b3 in this game.
Let's finally have a look at the thriller
Fabiano's game.
Fabiano against Duda.
Let's see the game. They are still only at move 14, you know.
Yes,
and half an hour advantage for Fabiano.
And Jean-Christophe is spending so much time. It's pretty strange. I don't know why, because...
So how would you describe players? Why do they go down in time? And why do they get time trouble? Because, for example, in my times, when I was a kid, I was by far away from having time trouble myself. I always loved when my opponent had time trouble. And then I was very much in the mood to find some crazy moves to make hard time for my opponent. But then later on, of course, I had quite a few occasions when I started to go low on time. And there are players like Grishchuk, it's his trademark to go down in time. And even Ivanchuk was having some tournaments when he went down to 1 minute, maybe even in times when we didn't have the increment. We did have those times. So what do you think? What are the reasons people go down in time? Is it self-confidence is not enough, or preparation, or character?
Well, if it's happening from time to time, there is nothing wrong about it, because there are some games where, especially if you are black, you have certain problems in the openings, and you really need time to solve those, to find very, very precise, sometimes deep moves, very well calculated or very deep positional moves. So that is okay. But if it's permanent, then it probably means that there is something slightly at least wrong with your decision-making algorithm, I would say. Because, most of the time, actually this typical time trouble player, so to say, so the chess players who are very often in time trouble, the truth is that if you put them instead of 2 hours, 3 hours for 40 moves, I think they would still get into time trouble. So I think it's not about the amount of time you have on your clock. It's more about the way you spend this time, and sometimes too much hesitation. Most of the time, it's about simply hesitating too much, rechecking and rechecking and rechecking again your calculations and so on. So it's, I think that experience helps a lot. And there was a period when I had quite often time troubles. But very short period of time, actually at the very beginning of my professional chess career. And I think then I was a very balanced player in this sense. So I've been into time trouble sometimes, but most of the time it was just because the positions were complicated or I had real problems, out of the opening. But of course, to me, it's clear that it doesn't mean, I don't know yet if it's so to say a chronicle problem of Duda, but of course spending with this time control, spending so much time on quite logical moves. You just cannot afford as a professional player, should understand that there is always enough to think about during the game, you can, but you need to be practical also. And so far nothing really happened yet, and you already spent 2/3 of your time. I guess sometimes also another thing is that sometimes I also notice that it's just very much connected to bad form. Simply, I've noticed that one of the main parameters of my bad chess form, which happens with everyone from time to time, is that I was getting easily into time trouble, and I was taking a lot of time for pretty obvious moves, and I didn't quite understand why myself. Yeah, so that can be another explanation of it. But in general, for all of our spectators, I will tell that try to avoid time trouble. Not by all means, but in general, don't try it at home. I mean, we can be very inspired by Sasha Grishuk, how strong is he in time trouble and how he can manage to be a top 10 player, being every second game in time trouble. But it's only him who can do this, and don't try to repeat this yourself.
Well, but what would you suggest? What do you say to your students, your Indian talented students who you coached, and maybe you coach other talented kids as well? For example, in this position, what Duda has now against Caruana, it is generally speaking not a complicated position. It's a positional position, and it has a very typical middle game, we can say, right? It's a very typical pawn structure. So it is always one story when you have a very complicated position with a lot of calculation. And there is another story when you have a positional position like this. So when, what do you think, what can be the missing puzzle here? That he's not comfortable with this position, or Duda is always worried about what kind of extra preparation Fabiano has, as he's very famous for his world-class preparation, or he's not familiar enough in such a position and he's not sure where my knight should be. Should I move my queen? Should I exchange with bishop d6? Should I keep my knight on f6? So just in case eventually I can play knight h5, should I go knight e4? Can I go f5 later? I mean, there is a lot of hesitation probably, right?
Yes, I mean, it's altogether a little bit of everything, I believe. First of all, it's true that there are objective issues for black, because of course white wants to play rook fc1 before knight c5. I mean, it's clear that there is a certain danger in black's position, strategical danger, because white has two bishops so far, and he has some pressure on the queen side. I think that probably Jan Christoph is not very happy with his position, and so that's why it takes some time. And also, the problem of black's position that there are different ways of playing it, but none of it is very clearly, equalizing. Or so I guess he's finding problems, a little bit of a problem everywhere, and but still, and maybe also on top of this, is not very experienced in those structures, because for instance, knight d7, I would have considered, let's say, bishop d6. To me, I think I would have tried to keep the knight on f6, first of all to have the resource knight e4, and also to have to get the idea of playing e5 one day. Once knight, in my understanding, when knight stands on e3, it's very difficult to get e5, but once knight go into c5, then e5 is typically a very normal and interesting option for. I suspect bishop h4 was something he didn't like after bishop d6.
Yeah, that's what I would be thinking.
Would be logical, but maybe now g5, I wouldn't. Again, knight is already on a4. I wouldn't mind to play g5 and even taking on g3.
And knight e4?
I mean, fg, I guess is logical to get some initiative. I mean, but it's becoming quite double-edged, because black can get e5 at some point, king g7, queen e7, knight d7. I mean, it's. I would have played. I would have tried to keep the knight on f6 in any case. And maybe also knight e4 instead of bishop d6. Knight e4 would make quite if it works. I mean, that makes some sense. I would say that the whole idea of h6 and knight d7.
Maybe after knight e4, white would be taking, and knight c3.
Yeah, it might not work. I'm not sure. F5, but
rook d1 and d5.
Yeah. Then you need to calculate.
Or maybe queen c4 and d5.
Queen d7.
d5.
Yeah, that's a question if it works or not. Yeah, d5, maybe. Yeah, because e5, knight d5, king goes knight b6. Yeah, knight. Yeah, probably knight d8, maybe, but it doesn't look good. And
No,
here,
then-
yeah, the problem is, no, that's true. I mean, I'm not sure knight d4 works, but I mean, what I can say is that this h6 and knight d7 together look very strange to me. I mean, h6. I suspect h6 was played with the idea to play bishop d6, yeah, and to have bishop h4 g5. And then next move is knight d7. Then it's not quite clear why h6 was played, yeah. So it seems that he's not not happy with his position and hesitating a lot.
We have a move h3 white played.
h3. I understand, because I think that black wanted to play bishop h4 and follow the bishop, yeah?
Okay, so after
And
bishop h4, white wants
now,
to bishop e2 or
yes,
bishop
h2 now, yeah, that's he wants to keep the bishop.
So it's clear that Fabiano wants to avoid the exchange of bishops.
Even if I would still consider rook fc1 instead. It's still maybe not completely equal, but instead of h3 was also possible, but because bishop
but
h4
it makes
is
sense. It makes
losing.
sense to play h3. I mean, he thinks probably that he has enough time. So
yes.
Next move he goes rook fc1. But I think this is also something that actually I was discussing with Gary, which we are going to have at the Global Chess Festival, our discussion. And there we were talking about the opening preparation. That some people might think that opening preparation is you choose an opening which, okay, let's say which suits your style, you like it, and then you work in the opening, you get to play this line or that line, and then you know it for, let's say, up to move 13, and you're very happy to go to play the game. But I think the essence of Gary's preparation was, and also on the highest level of players, it's not about choosing the right opening which suits the style of the player, but moreover to work it until the moment that they understand the ins and outs of the middle game of that type of position. And that makes them so good in that opening.
Definitely, yeah, definitely. And that's what I think sometimes nowadays young players, they are missing. I mean, not necessarily top players. So, I mean, that knowing chess opening, it doesn't mean knowing all the theory and variations, theoretical variations. It's about typical ideas also as well, yeah. And that is even more important because everybody can just memorize variations, especially when you are young. But typical ideas, yeah, that I see quite often in games of young, even very strong, talented players, that they're a bit missing these typical ideas because they don't pay too much attention on understanding the core of the openings. I mean, for instance, I always advise analyzing the games of strong players in this opening, even if if let's say opening wise it's not very important because let's say they played some line which then was refuted after with a machine, but just to have a look at how they played those positions. So yeah, that is true. It looks like when it gets to not very concrete play, sometimes the young generation, they might experience certain problems of finding plans, trying to get a certain concept of a position in general.
Well,
By the way,
go ahead.
I think that now maybe after h3, b5, if it works, it would be it makes a lot of sense to play b5.
I think I would go. Can I go with the rook c1 or knight d4?
That's a question. First of all, of course, I can try rook c8, but knight d4 has to be checked. Yeah, ba4. It's risky. I agree. It's risky. This maybe queen c8. I wouldn't. Maybe queen c8.
No, I just want to grab the pawn somehow. The a4.
At least I have a nice pawn structure here. Yeah, that's.
I have a nice pair of bishops. This is what.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, but I will try to attack your d4 pawn now somehow.
Well,
let's say queen d7.
Queen a4.
I don't know if knight c5 I have tactics, but d5 queen takes.
You're not scared to death from my passed pawns?
No, if you take the a6 pawn, I'm a bit scared.
Take the
but
a6 pawn. I just push my pawn b4.
I push mine. I can push mine also. Yeah.
e5?
Maybe e5 for first bishop to d4 somewhere. No, I'm not sure it's good, but at least I would seriously consider it. Yeah, because at least I start to get my potential counterplay also.
Yeah, maybe.
But I can also b5, I can also try to play rook c1. Let's say if I don't like knight d4, maybe I can try to go rook c8, yeah?
Well, probably after that I would just go back.
Just go back or knight c5. I mean, that's a question. Yeah, if maybe knight c5 not here because I have takes on knight a5. Yeah.
Well, I thought you just go e5 maybe.
Yeah, or e5, rook d1. Yeah, but knight a5 is just very tactically maybe working. Yeah, because knight b3 comes. I don't know. That's true. But knight c3, at least I get knight b6. I mean, that's why I was not completely sure about h3 because it might be just tactically.
In the game, it came queen a5. I'm actually curious if they was checking. We can ask after the game whether.
Oh, maybe one of them will use a confessional. Yeah.
Well, we don't hear about that. It seems like players are too busy with their games. They are not sharing their thoughts. Not so entertaining as Magnus. He's paying attention on other games too, not only on his own.
Yes. So let's queen a5. Yeah, he won. Yeah, that's of course very logical move. Also, again, h3 to me maybe was a little bit slow, maybe a bit too slow. But who knows? Yeah. Unless, again, here the question is if I manage my b4, I would still be doing very well. Knight c5, for example, I would seriously consider. C5. And b4.
Bishop.
Or dc5, maybe even dc5, just to play for compensation.
But you just gave away a pawn.
I know. But I have two very powerful bishops. Maybe it's a compensation.
This was my line. But at least I had equal pawns.
Yes,
Would really give up a pawn like this for your bishop pair?
Yes, I mean, it's maybe enough compensation, rook c1, but yeah, it's not so clear, obviously. But rook c1, bishop b1, b4, rook d1. It's quite some play.
So. Maybe you have compensation, but you're not going to get better at all. Maybe I will just go f5, just to cut your bishop.
Not true. It's okay. It's a complicated position, but I don't think white is worse. I mean, I think white has quite good compensation.
Yeah, but white I think wants to get something more out of it.
I mean, it's just an idea. Another idea I had knight c5, bishop c5 before, but that's maybe a bit too much. Yeah?
Knight c5. I understand.
Bishop takes c5 before, bishop b4, a b4, but you wouldn't take it.
I wouldn't take it, I think.
You would just
go queen b6.
Queen b6, yeah. That I like even less because I like it even less because I want to open up a position.
And after b5, knight b4.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a big deal. But of course, you don't need to sacrifice the pawn.
What about bishop c2?
Bishop c2, maybe queen b5 is ideal.
No, okay, I just move away with my queen, I guess.
Yes, why not? Why not? Maybe some knight a5.
Knight a5.
Maybe, but I would say even queen a5, even knight c3. Even knight c3, because I managed two bishops at the end of the day. Yeah, I have two bishops.
Do you think f5 is possible from black side? With the idea knight f6 back and knight a4 and cut your bishop on d3. Even, something like that.
Yeah, but maybe even before b5 can come. I mean, then it's just, I don't know. It looks strange, Black's play. He's playing h6, knight d7, then queen a5. I mean, it's like there is no clear line in what he's doing, yeah? Like, it's not clear.
Yeah, when you're mixing plans, it can be dangerous.
It looks like it's mixing a lot of different plans and not clear. Also, Queen D1 maybe is possible.
I just thought about that too.
Yeah, because B5 already, Knight C5 will be maybe strong, and otherwise you get B4. Of course, Black will get Rook F8, Queen D8.
Probably that's what he wants. But anyway, after Rook C8, maybe White can go B4 and Knight C5.
Yeah. I mean, and then you cannot really change Rook C1 or some moves like that. Yeah. I think White is very comfortably.
It looks very powerful from White's side.
Yeah. Also, you don't have to hurry with Knight C5. You can try to go Rook C1, Bishop B1, then slowly Knight C5. To me, it looks like White is just better. Yeah.
Okay, let's see what's going on with Magnus. Actually, he played only. They had played Knight C7, Bishop D7, Knight E2. Knight E2. What is the idea? So he wanted after Bishop E3, I guess, to take and open up the position. So
Knight F4.
King F2 or Knight F4? Knight F4.
Okay, F2. Yeah, you're right.
I don't know, because after King F2, Rook E5, I guess.
But Rook D4, maybe he wants to pick up the B pawn.
That's very possible. That's very possible.
Knight E2, Knight C7 anyway is played already.
Yes.
Knight C7.
Is Knight E2 was a good move, you think? What about E4?
Makes a lot of sense, Knight E2, yeah, because again, as we have spoken yesterday, yeah, that the isolated pawn shouldn't be blocked; it should be eliminated. So Knight E2 makes sense. Trying to go Knight E4, E4. I mean to try to take it more than. But E4 maybe D takes E4, and then because A2 pawn is hanging. Rook takes C5.
I wanted to on C5.
Maybe Rook takes C5, but it doesn't work probably. Yeah, takes. Okay, EF I have. Yeah, that's already looks like very close for Black to. Like it's very close to.
Yes, but on the other hand, after Knight C7.
Knight F4. Knight F4 maybe. Because if Rook takes C3, there is Rook takes C5.
Rook C5.
Rook C5 works. So Knight F4. Bishop C6, Knight D3 is probably enough, good enough.
Can Black sack the pawn?
D4. Let's say take. Rook takes C7 even, maybe. Looks like it's good enough, yeah? Bishop takes C7, Knight D5.
Knight D5.
And then it's a pawn. So yeah, well, you need to be very, very precise with Black, with his answer now. I mean, of course, there is Knight B5, Knight B3, potentially very dangerous plan, yeah?
Okay, what about Bishop E6?
Bishop E6, I'll see, but then maybe E4, yeah? Or Knight D3 also has to be checked, but E4 is the most...
E4, I take, let's say, and D takes E4.
Bishop takes... bishop...
A2?
Maybe Bishop takes E4, you take King G3. Let's try, because there is some initiative. Rook D8 is coming.
Knight E8.
Rook D8 maybe. Quite dangerous for Black. Very powerful initiative in the... I was thinking maybe G6 was a better try instead of Knight E8. But it is interesting. After G6, White is very, very active.
Well, White can check, no?
king g7, bishop takes g6 or something. Yeah?
That's what I had in mind. Yeah.
No, it because you see how big. Yeah, I'm afraid bishop e4, bishop e1, and knight h5.
Knight h5 mate is
It's
not
coming.
bad.
Yeah. It is an interesting way of playing. So knight e2, knight c7. Yeah, let's maybe come back to our 38 years old
Birthday.
Yes,
Boys game.
player bishop e4. Yeah, you see he have played h6 anyway. Finally.
Let's see. After queen h2, he went h6.
Yeah, but things went pretty wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you go h6 with the rooks, it was a better.
Yeah, I mean, there is absolutely no doubt. It looks like now already it's actually white who has the initiative, not black anymore.
Bishop e4? Why bishop e4? I have to understand this.
Because rook a check, bishop c2 check is coming. No, I think it's already well.
It's better for white now.
Yeah, I have no doubt white is just better. Yeah. Yes, unfortunately, Ariane misplayed pretty seriously his position.
But you know, this, I mean, it brings my memory back to sometimes when in the late 90s, when I played against Vishy in many games, you know. And well, I was fortunate that I had the opportunity in rapid games and also starting to play in classical games also. And I remember that in the first few occasions, I had a very good score against him. But then later on, I started to lose games, but I had a feeling that it was a great fight. It was most of the time a Sicilian with a lot of complications, a lot of calculations, everything. I had my chances a bit. So it was like very exciting. And then it was like the scenario went Sicilian, complications, calculating, some stressful moments, some opportunities, missed opportunities, and Vishy wins. But during the games, I always felt that it's tension, I'm there, I'm in the game, but somehow at the end of it.
You know, Judith, it's like an experienced card player, you know, who is trying to give you chances just to keep you playing with him for money. You know? It sounds very much like this scenario. No, but seriously, I also had quite a number of games with the same scenario. That's true. No, of course, but Vishy used to be an incredible, I mean, it's still playing chess, yeah, but incredible dynamic player. And I had so many games when with Vishy, because I was somehow opening-wise was probably better prepared usually in the 90s. And I had so many games where I was better. I was almost there. I was, you know, like winning in 2 moves, in time trouble, missing it. But finally, most of the time, I was not managing to win and sometimes losing, you know, so, okay. But it was not luck. Let's say it was not luck at all. And even here, okay, you know, because what happens, I mean, I'm sure that Ariane will not, because I suspect probably it will not end well for him today, but I'm sure he would not complain. But I think a normal person might have a feeling that actually he was not lucky today, yeah, if he loses, because he probably had a very nice position just if he plays h6, and I mean, he shouldn't have lost and so on. But in reality, it is still a class which he still has to get, yeah, yeah. I mean, to me, it's clear that he played it all quite well, but the general sense of a position was missing. Yeah, for example, this strategical idea that the rook on e1 shouldn't be exchanged. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So he was missing this. Yeah, missing that h6 was better to play earlier. That he would have to go to do it anyway, and so on and so on. And those small things are finally deciding the game, and those small moments are making you unlucky finally.
But this is again goes back to the thing what we were talking previously, that when you play an opening, you know an opening well, you're very well prepared, but you're not knowing exactly all the small details of the middle game of the opening.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because if you work a lot, you play training games. For example, that's how I was training when I was a kid. When we looked an opening, after that we were playing training games on that, blitz games and rapid games, and even sometimes with both colors to feel the position, what are the dangers. So I think those things are so essential, because this is, for example, that you feel that you shouldn't be exchanging rooks. This is typical knowledge of that, I think, that you experience it, that maybe you can't really explain it why, but if you train and you make your training games, you just sense it that you shouldn't exchange the rook. Why, how, it comes later, but you just feel it that you should keep it.
Yes, that's true, because most of those things, I mean, you don't formalize, when you play a game. It's just like you feel it, but finally you can formalize it as well. If you think about it, then you have a formal explanation of why rook on e1 shouldn't be exchanged. But more you play it and you study it in a conceptual way, not necessarily, not only in concrete variations, then you just, you just feel it. And I think, that was a very significant, I mean, not obvious in a way, but quite a significant mistake, which was a turning point for this game. I mean, now it's clear that White simply has a technical task.
We can say that he played very well until move 21, and he made some good decisions until that point.
Yes, that's true. Maybe he could have done a bit better, but that's true. Yeah, that's true. But
now he went f5.
Yeah, but that's, I mean, knight h2, I mean, no, knight...
What about knight e3? You want to play knight
maybe
h2?
At least f4, but knight h2 I like very much, because simply rook e1, f3 coming, rook a6. I mean, basically White is just pawn up for nothing here. But maybe also knight e5 might be interesting, because after take rook e1, I'm not sure if you have any defense against f3.
Wow, this is a neat idea.
Yeah, rook e1, and just next, all of a sudden, probably losing a piece because f3 is coming.
Wow.
No, basically that's already curtained, this position. I mean, I think it's simply lost. After both knight e3, knight e5, knight h2, it's already...
Well, yeah, it's a pawn up.
The damage is unrepairable already.
So now it's a good question whether, because knight e5, you have to see this, that knight e5 cannot be taken because rook e1.
Yeah, but Levon, he sees it, I can assure you. I mean, it's more, I think here, if I would be White, I would just try to think what is the easiest way, what is the most accurate way. It's not...
And he went knight e5.
Yeah, I mean, knight e5, well, maybe the black's best chance is to take and put bishop on f3.
Yes.
And but it's really bad. It's really bad. I mean...
Well, that's what he has to do, right? There is not much of no option.
Yeah, but rook e1, even rook e3 is a threat on top of everything.
Okay,
and
king f7, so you don't have rook e3.
Yeah, king f7, but it's
bishop c2.
Slowly but surely, yeah. Also
but
c4.
It's not so simple. Why do you think it's so simple? Well, my bishop
c4, then b3. I mean, yeah, it's...
You go c4.
Why not? Takes, and you put pawn on b3, I don't know, bishop on c3, and then you just need to kick the bishop out from f3, which will not be such a big problem, because black is totally pinned, yeah?
Yeah, it's a technical issue, but I'm pretty sure that knight e5 was missed by
but that's
Ariane,
game,
and Levon is walking, so he's very happy, I think.
Yeah, it seems like finally the birthday present is he's going to receive it, yeah. Even if it was not a present, he had to work for it, but still it was a... But anyway, let's see. Let's have a small break now for 5-10 minutes, because I think our spectators are tired of us already. So let's give them a small break, and then we are back.
Shortly,
yes.
Well, we wanted to do a historical top 50 of chess players of sort of all time, and to do that, we are using the statistics by Jeff Sonax, who has created a site called Chess Metrics. We've gotten some help from Frank Hofmeister, who is a well-renowned chess historian, but then we have still kind of added our own touch. And it's always going to be subjective, and there's no correct answer.
I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you agree with every single ranking, because usually when you publish lists, what could go wrong? Who would disagree with anything? But yeah, it's been fun, and I hope you like it.
skin for skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. The damage is done, but I don't care. You're worth the cost, I don't care. All I ever wanna be is eyes for eyes, lips for lips, skin for skin, sin for sin, eyes for eyes, lips for lips.
So hi everybody, we are back after a few minutes of a break for this wonderful tournament, the 8th Altibox Norway chess event. And we are enjoying ourselves commentating together with Vladimir on the games running today. And we just missed out a few moves, Vladimir, so we can catch up with those
Yes,
in the
yes,
games.
excellent. So let's see, maybe this game we are on now. Aronian Tari. Bishop
Yeah, what
takes
happened
e5,
was
d5.
exchanged. Sorry,
No, rook e5 probably.
I have to reload the game.
Mhm.
And what happened is rook e5 was not possible because due to rook e1. So black played king f8. Now it's already a threat to capture the pawn, but of course Levon played f4.
F4. Yeah.
Protected pass pawn, and actually it's an extra pawn.
Mhm.
Rook e7.
I'm not completely sure about f4, but okay, it's still good enough. Yeah, bishop takes d5 because bishop takes d5 doesn't work because of c4. So
I think this is
guess.
a very important momentum from this point of view, that practically black had to take with the pawn on d5. And this is why Levon took, right? Because if
Yes.
d5 would be possible, he would never take on d5.
Definitely, yeah.
So small
Bishop
details, but it counts a lot, because now the bishop on e4 is standing kind of, you might think that it's very active, but actually it's like a big pawn, as we say.
Yeah, as people say about such positions, black is pawn down, but as a compensation, he has a worse position.
Well, and the idea is very clear, right? The e4 bishop is not doing anything. At the same time, white wants to play eventually bishop c5, push the pawn e6, e7, and just queen the pawn. I mean, if we want to simplify it very much, right? So rook c7 was played to protect bishop c5, rook a5, attacking the a5, the b5 pawn, bishop d3, bishop d4, and this is the
king gets to
position.
e3, yes.
And black played rook c6. So I would go rook a7 first to cut the king.
Or check, and e6 maybe also, yeah? I don't know, because if you give two checks, where the king is going, king f7, rook a7 check.
Let's say king g6.
King g6. And
I wouldn't allow his king out.
But still, I mean, rook e7, followed by e6. Yeah, it's a matter of taste. Also check on h5. No, this position is.
I would go king h5.
Yes, that's only practical chance, but still.
Because let's say, is this a draw? For example, what do you think?
This position, I don't think so, because takes an e6, yeah, and followed by h5 check. Or something. I think it's still winning, but I think that probably bishop e2, and then king comes, king f2, king e3, bishop e5. It should be winning still, but I'm sure that Levon go for it because there is no need. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, there are some small
there
risks.
are easier ways to win. For instance, here you can just play e6 and maybe then even just trying to promote the pawn. King f2 and no, I mean,
Well, it doesn't.
practically no chance.
Well,
for
I would
black
go,
in
of
this
course,
position.
this way.
Yeah, king f2 even.
Yeah, because well, probably rook g7 also wins, by the way.
Yeah, king f2. You know, when you are trying to win a game, better to not to give any chance for, I mean, any even smallest counterplay because there is none. Yeah.
Levon played king f2 as you suggested before previously, and black played h5 just in case.
King e3. Yeah, that's
Maybe b3.
b3 also. Yeah, also good.
Well, okay, queen e3, bishop goes
c4,
c4, b4.
It's a nice position. So many nice moves. That
Rook g6 will be coming.
yeah, there is just some rook g6, but before it looks good. Yeah, before,
Okay,
yeah, bishop c5 check, and then king d4, and after rook takes g3, you'll have e6, king e5.
Yeah, that's what I thought to play. Rook a7.
Rook a7. Yeah, that's
rook g6, bishop c5, and king d4 e6.
Yes, for instance. Yeah.
Though I'm not sure it's the best option.
Still e6. I mean, why not? Yes, king e5.
Well, it's hard to believe that black has any practical chance to save this game against.
Well, definitely not theoretical, but even very, I mean, no practical chances. So this probably in this game we will not see a tiebreak.
But I think these are the positions which are the most painful, where you know that you're worse, you know that your opponent is extremely strong, you know that you don't want to resign because you want to play on, but you have the feeling of the result, what will be the end of it.
Yes. I mean, that's true. Well, actually, I wouldn't. I could have resigned here as well. I mean, I don't believe a second that black can save it. So, you know, I mean, out of disgust. No, not because I just that I would be so disgusted with my position that it's not impossible that I would just resign here.
Well, it's a very nasty position, and actually black has even loan time with 11 minutes.
Yeah, let's maybe move to the other games. Yeah,
the only big question for white that technically he should be paying attention, and there is too many options: b4,
yes.
king e3. So what to choose, right? But he can't really go wrong. In the other hand,
very difficult. I mean, you really need to try hard to go wrong here.
Let's go to Fabiano's game first. As there were also quite a lot of development here in this position. We stopped queen d1 as we discussed it. Rook fc8, logical, b4, queen d8, rook b1.
I would have tried b5 maybe here after rook b1. No, I mean with black. Black
played rook a7. He was not brave enough to play b5. Knight c5, would you go knight b6 or would you capture it?
No, maybe both possible, yeah, but at least it looks like maybe in first trying to get my knight to c4 if I can, and then capture on c5 at least.
But here I think I can go a4.
a4, but maybe there is a chance to save it with knight c4. I guess you mean knight takes a6, but who knows, it might, you might have a chance here.
You mean you just want to take and play rook b6?
Yeah, something like that. I'm just trying to understand if there is some tactical move like rook a2, but bishop takes c4. Yeah, I mean, takes probably not in time here. But yeah, let's say I can also try after a4. After a4, I could have taken on c5, no? And then take on a4. Here.
Yes. But look at your knight on a4. You're not.
But my knight on c6 from other point of view is. And then f5, and okay, I have my knight on c6 at least. I don't know. No, first of all, here maybe knight c3.
You have knight c3 and knight e4.
And knight e4, yeah. Okay. No, at least it's it makes sense. Something. But anyway, yeah, it's already was not played. But rook a7, knight c5. The thing is that you can never really take now on c5 with the pawn on b7 because it's becoming very weak. Yeah.
But black could play b5 now.
But now it might be a very important tempo. Yeah,
Yes,
after b5, a4, for instance, you might simply not be in time anymore to get your knight anywhere.
C4. And at the same time now white is threatening with knight b7, isn't it?
And yeah, I don't know if immediately, but yes, in general, it's an option. Maybe still bishop takes c5 and b6, but it's worse. It's worse. But yeah, I mean, even dc5. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah,
but
I was wondering which.
I don't know. Frankly, very strange play from the black side. I mean, no, that is of course
looks
much
very
worse.
scary.
Yeah, it's just two bishops for nothing, so to say. And
yeah.
I don't know what is even Black's idea now. What is he planning to do?
Well, Black has a very difficult position objectively.
And very
plus
little time.
He has half an hour behind and 10 minutes, 11 minutes for the whole game. And only from move 40, which is 21 moves away, that he will be receiving 10 seconds per move.
Yes, I don't know what is, frankly, what is happening with Jan Christoph, but so far his plays, well, let's be frank, pretty disappointing. I mean, it's slow, it's not convincing at the same time, but let's hope he will get back and he will improve his play, because today's game was, so far it's really like everything is going wrong.
Yeah, things did not go well for him. But I think it also, of course, psychologically, it must be also difficult. First of all, it's an extremely strong tournament to start with. And secondly, psychologically, to play the first tournament after a long time over the board, it's also not simple. He went knight b8.
Knight which one?
C to b8.
Yes, it's trying to go b6, of course, but...
Yes. b6 is the move which...
But still, first of all, even queen e2, and how to get this b6, even as a...
So after
minimum.
b6, you just want...
I want just to take on a6, yeah.
And after takes.
Some rook c3, I don't know, some...
Or rook a8?
Rook a8, well, first of all, maybe b5 even, and then because the c line is completely in white's hands, now. But yeah, I don't know if he can manage rook b3 and just to double on c line and to enter there. Rook c1, rook c3.
Well, I wouldn't take black here.
Yes, or maybe knight f. Yeah, but it's very difficult position. Very difficult, if not just difficult. Bad.
Yeah,
but of course, white has other options than queen e2. I'm also considering some queen g4 maybe move.
Yes, I was just about to say that. Queen
because white can start to pay some attention on the king side as well. For instance,
this would be king h8 only move.
Yes, and at minimum you can take the third pawn and on d5, and at maximum maybe try to mate. Also.
Mate will not work yet because of knight f6 defense.
But probably not yet. But but knight f6, bishop e5, knight d7. But taking the third pawn seems to be.
I think that seems to be a huge advantage for white.
Yes, I mean
it's to grab the
just
pawn.
Practically lost for black. I think just 3 pass pawns and the knights have no squares. Really, it's very bad position for black.
Well, beautiful choices for white, I must say.
So let's go to the game,
The game of the day. Wow. What has happened here after bishop c6, right? After rook d2 happened.
Rook d2 was played. I guess knight f4 was not enough probably for some reason. So rook d2, bishop c6. Bishop c6.
Bishop c6. Knight d4 back. Well, bishop c6 was a move to free the c7 knight, right? To go to b5 or to e6 possibly. Knight d4, bishop b7, g4.
Yeah, it's more a positional,
but now suddenly white is taking over. Very much, no?
Very much. I don't know about very, but of course he has some pressure. Yeah, but it's still difficult to. I mean, for a
96.
normal person, not for Magnus. He's winning such positions in big amounts, but objectively, it's not easy still for White to press home the certain advantage because it's not so big the advantage.
Can't Black take bishop e3 here?
Bishop e3. It's logical. I'm not sure if Magnus actually haven't just missed it, but who knows? Knight takes e7, knight d6 maybe, yeah? It's trying to attack the...
And rook d4?
Yeah, rook d4,
But then
knight
rook
b5, knight c3, it looks like Black might... Yeah, I don't know if it was not a blunder, frankly, because... I mean... or maybe there was no way already, because if not h4, the knight g5 is coming.
Well, okay, you can go king g2 now.
King g2, who knows? Maybe there is some tactics like d4. I don't know. I really don't know what is the situation. But let's have a look at this. h4, rook c8 was played. Okay.
Well, maybe he just wants to play on this.
Maybe we are missing something, but I didn't really see anything wrong with bishop takes.
No, I think he just had a compensation. That's it, no? And he didn't. He thought that it's takes. Okay, let's.
Yeah, there is a compensation, but it's also a pawn. Yeah, maybe just rook d4 here. Yeah, that's what he didn't like. Just right here, rook d4.
Yeah.
Without knight d6, but still knight b5, knight c3
knight
seems
c3.
to be very close to a draw. Rook takes b4, knight c3, maybe rook takes b6 was.
Then knight b1.
Knight b1, there are still some issues. Maybe bishop c8. Maybe bishop c8 instead. But maybe, yeah, he was not sure about this endgame because a knight on e5 is
against
quite
Magnus,
strong.
It's
It's still
enter to such a things.
knight c3, although still I don't really see why.
Yeah, knight e2 check is a threat. It doesn't
Maybe
seem
king should have tried to go to e3. But the draw must be reachable here, even if it's no guarantee, because
so easy. B1 knight is not so funny there.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe it's rook c8 is so rook d1. I think that Magnus, he is very happy to keep his pawn. Rook c d1.
Okay. So rook c d1. Well, for black, it's very difficult to kick out the f5 knight, which gives a lot of pain.
But from the point of view, black has some counter chances with d4. Quite often, this f3 pawn is. I think there are some tricks. If d4, now, probably not now. Yeah.
D4?
You want e4?
I don't know if we can take the d4.
I was not sure. Yeah, that you maybe just can take on d4
and d5. Yeah.
But in any case, I would have considered move like bishop f8. To me, it looks very logical because I want to get g6 to get rid finally of the knight and maybe to enter with a rook to c1 somewhere or to c3. Looks like a very logical
maybe
move.
After bishop f8, white can go bishop g3 and bishop d6.
Bishop g3, well, first of all, rook c6, even I can play. And if rook c1, and I try to get my d4, I try to get counterplay.
I go bishop d6.
Bishop d6 and d4, maybe.
But I can just go e4. I'm not even going to calculate.
Yeah, that's true. But I might get counterplay here, like bishop a6, bishop e2. I mean, there are some. It's getting tricky, maybe, no? I mean, black has
bishop a6. I'm not going to care too much. I go king f2, or I go
g6.
first,
Also, instead of actually g6 instead of bishop a6. G6, bishop f8, gf. It's getting very sharp. Also, rook
knight
c8,
knight e7 is possible, isn't it?
Takes, rook maybe c3. I mean, black has a lot of counterplay here.
King f2.
King f2, and now knight will jump to f4 somewhere. I mean,
b4 is hanging.
I understand, but maybe I will get some tactical ideas, like, I mean, knight c5. I don't know. There is some tactics there. It feels like it's getting sharp. Yeah, f5 sometimes might come. I mean, it's quite some counterplay. I'm not sure it was exactly the right way of doing it, but yeah, he played bishop f8. I don't know. I think that it can get very tactical here because also bishop g3. It is logical. Maybe h5. Maybe h5 makes some sense, but still g6 possible. Yeah.
Well, I'm afraid of after
h5, knight will
g5.
get to g5 at some point.
And I mean,
no, probably h5.
Tactical story.
And bishop g3. I don't know. You can put your rook on c3 also. Maybe rook c3 just to have d4. Maybe d4. D4 maybe. G6 or d4 also.
But okay, maybe after rook c3, I just go king f2, just to make sure I protect the e3 pawn.
Bishop c5.
Bishop d6.
Bishop d6. And now let's see if I get some tricks like d4.
Wow. Bishop takes c5. You take b takes
bc maybe even, yeah. It's quite sharp, and black is active.
Now
of course,
it can be very tricky.
It might, it can get tricky. White has to be also accurate. So he went bishop g3.
It's on the board. So now let's see whether rook c3. I'm more on the side of playing rook c3 than rook c1.
Yeah, rook c3
I
makes.
think immediately you have to for counter.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, you're right. I mean, there is a move rook c6, which is just solid and also quite okay. Because next is g6. Why not?
I don't like rook c6.
No, visually I don't like how it looks, but from other point of view, still I don't think you can take on d5 because of rook c1,
then rook
for
c1.
example. Otherwise, you just want g6 next, and then you will go with a rook. But of course,
but here you can forget about all kind of d4 for the
bishop e5 maybe.
Bishop e5,
Maybe
exactly, a knight d4.
Mm-hmm.
I think in this position, one tempo and white is just controlling everything.
Yeah, it's true, but
so every tempo counts.
Of course, rook c3 is the most logical move. Yeah.
Because after bishop e5, you had d4, right?
Also g6, as you've rightly mentioned, looks good after bishop e5, yeah, because e3 pawn is hanging. You can try g6, rook g2, but that's not very... bishop e5. Of course. Yeah. So even g6 seems to be fine. Yeah.
No, here it's possible to take on c3 and rook g2. That's possible.
But just might get a terrible compensation, even d4, with this c3 pawn might get really very,
Maybe I'm not going to be scared of these things. I'm going to capture it. Let's say I take, rook takes.
Yes, rook takes, I get bishop f3.
Rook f2.
I want to get my bishop to c5, another one. No, that's, here you are in time.
It looks that you're short.
Here you are in time. So I would, takes, rook g2, maybe I don't have to hurry, because I might get simply a positional compensation under some circumstances. First of all, there is c2, very strange position after c2, bishop c2, rook c2.
This very strange, you want to take?
Yes, rook c2. Rook c2, gf5.
But shouldn't it be bad?
It can, of course, I need my pieces. I need to get my pieces. Knight c5.
b4.
Yeah, b4. That's now a question. If I get my pieces.
Well, you get your piece to the very. We don't want to
position, then I might be
on
okay.
a6, but your knight or a4. It's not
but
very
that's an issue. Yeah, that I cannot really probably get it so easily. But also, bishop e5, d4 was possible. Yeah, was actually also possible.
When?
Instead of g6.
Instead of g6, d4.
Yeah, it's also an option.
Actually, we have a game finished right now, and maybe we are going to have also in the press room someone. So let's see the end of the game, okay, which was, well, quite sad for black.
That's also a very good plan, rook a3, b3 to kick,
Yeah, to make the bishop vulnerable. Wow, bishop b4, just the power of the king. Started king d4 the journey. But of course, for the moment, black can stop the king going to c5, but it could not
will
stop
go to e5.
the pawn pushing e6 and then rook f7. Nice touch. To the final move of the game. So we'll see.
Yeah,
well, this was nice story for Levon. And
let's see if maybe this rook c3, king f2 was played. Yeah, before gentlemen will come to the press conference, just to see what is going on here.
Okay, but I think he's getting a birthday surprise by the organizers. So that's why we are going to have Levon with us a bit later.
Okay, very good. Excellent. So king f2. Bishop c5.
King f2, bishop c5. So now the rook is on c3.
Bishop c5, I don't know.
But okay, don't forget that Firouzja has to make fast moves now because he has only 9.5 minutes and he's going to receive 10 seconds only after move 40. So that's the maximum time he has for the whole game.
But
and it's coming
soon, yeah.
So he knows that he has to make quick decisions now.
Yeah, that's true. But bishop c5, okay, it's a kind of healthy move, but maybe a bit too slow for such a position. I don't know. Let's see if he would have tried g6. I think it's more in the spirit of the position, maybe.
G6, knight d4, I guess.
I thought knight d6. Knight d4, yeah, I can even take on d4 probably.
Yeah. Probably. Well, if knight d6, then
d4 or something like that, yeah, just to try to get.
But after d4, I think e4 can be the move.
Yes, and now to try to see if there is some counter attack, because now you're very active, and the question bishop takes d6, let's say.
Bishop takes.
And maybe rook c5, just. That's the most logical.
You're saying it if like e4, c5, knight f3.
Yeah, just the logical.
Just the logical, obvious, natural move, right?
The most natural.
Not in a panic, but as planned move with playing.
But actually, I quite like this rook c5. I mean, I would consider f5, but f5 also is interesting. But bishop takes b4, you have to check. But still, by the way, fe4 also.
Well, f5 looks exaggeration to me at first.
Yeah, I understand, but it's in a spirit of the position, which is actually very concrete, fe, and try to create counterplay, I mean, since your pieces are active.
Because after bishop c3, you go e3.
I don't know yet what I do. What would I do? I would even consider dc3 simply, but e3 check, e3 check is very annoying, because king e2, knight f4 check is coming.
Yeah, this e3 is kind of tricky. But after king g3, what do you do?
Maybe, I don't know, even rook c3.
Maybe you sacrifice too much after all.
Why? Even rook c3? You want rook takes d4? What? Rook takes c3? I mean, it's very scary for white.
Oh.
That's one point, and another was also. But anyway,
things are happening very fast here.
Let's see, bishop c5.
White played bishop d3.
Yeah, d4, e4. I don't know. Bishop d3 is. I mean, I actually start to like black's position. It's very active. I mean, a lot of counterplay. Rook on c3 is very powerful, and
well, that is extremely powerful. The question is what he will be able to do with it.
But why he has to do anything? I mean, his pieces are so great, or like rook a8 maybe. I mean, just I don't know. It looks to me just like black is better already. Simply, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't see what is white's what is white's plus of white's position? I mean, just black has everything under
Well,
control.
white wants to go knight d6, I guess.
Yeah, but it's tactical. Yeah, I mean, let's say if I just prevent it somehow, rook
Or
d8.
bishop d6. Bishop d6 also makes sense.
Yeah, rook d8, rook a8. I don't know. Let's say rook d8.
Rook a8 happened. Just
Yeah, rook a8 is logical because sometimes rook takes d3 or bishop a6 also might work.
Yeah,
no, I mean,
now
I just don't understand what is happening. I think black is just better.
Yeah, now after rook a8, this one rook on c3, other on a8, rook d3 is always in the air, bishop a6.
But also black has all his pieces in perfect positions and ready to start to
Ready for action.
And I mean, it's all
But
very
I think
strange.
white should be going with his king somehow away.
Yeah, probably to g2 maybe.
There are too many things can happen.
Mm-hmm.
Where king g2?
King g2, but
Bishop a6?
yeah, for example, of course I like my bishop on b7 because it can potentially create threats, but that's also looks very good because I mean, what is white's plan? Bishop e5 maybe, but it's
E5?
basically fighting for a draw, yeah. Because even if you take on d4, I will take on a2 and
f6.
let's say king h7 or f6, yeah. Oh, king h7, f6,
So f6
bishop.
is not good.
Yes.
No, because if king h7,
Mm-hmm.
let's say anyway I go king g3. I mean, why should I be fast if you are waiting? Now you can go f6 maybe, but then knight d4.
f6, knight d4. Can be, yeah. That's a very dangerous position for white. I still believe. I mean, a lot of tactics is there, but no, I don't have to also to hurry with bishop a6. Obviously, I mean there is no hurry. I can. There are many things.
It's also a question: can black just simply take?
Yeah,
and
that's.
And just sacrifice it with the idea of rook d2, rook a3, and bishop a6 next.
Maybe I would try another rook to d2, yeah? But then bishop f2, knight f4 check will come. Yeah, but that at least white can always take on d4 and be safe, yeah?
A3.
Well, he can always take knight d4 and be at minimum safe, yeah?
That's true.
So I think it's, there is no need to hurry, yeah? Probably. Because this can even be a problem for black. Check rook d7 if it works, yeah?
Well, the b pawn is a b pawn, don't you think so?
Mate is also mate.
B-pawn.
Mate is mate also. Bishop e5 is coming, no? King. You want also to mate. King g1, okay.
Not yet.
Yeah, okay. I could have gone, by the way, bishop e5 maybe was also a very strong move.
Instead of rook f7.
Maybe also. But you have king g8 at least. Yeah, but here anyway it's white who is playing for a win, yeah?
Okay, let's go back to the position which is standing on the board. For now, white has 21 minutes. Firouzja has 7:50 for the rest of the game, which is quite challenging. Now it's a big question whether how Magnus is evaluating the position. And he just made
I'm pretty sure he's evaluating it
c4.
accurately, but he played bishop c4. Very risky move. Looks extremely risky.
Bishop c4.
Can I take on c4 and bishop a6 or something like this? But then maybe rook c1 will come, yeah?
Well. What's going on d3?
d3, well, I suspect king g2.
What about rook c2?
Bishop takes d3, that's at least quite safe for white, yeah? Bishop c4 back or something. That's Bishop c4. Also, of course, there are moves like in h7. Lots of moves for black here. Lots of interesting moves.
Yes, but I mean, it's a very balanced game. Black should be okay, but Firouzja is thinking, and he has only 6.5 minutes, and the game is long. So.
But now the crisis is coming. Yeah, it's the most important part of the game. So it might be, now next 2-3 moves might decide everything. So I think in this particular situation, it makes sense to spend time, because it's clear that now it's the most important moment maybe of the whole game. Yeah.
Well, this is the time when it makes sense to spend time, but you don't have.
Yeah, you don't have much.
I mean, bad luck. It's
but King h7, I actually quite like the move. King
h7?
Yeah, because you want g6, and you start to be maybe threatening g6, maybe not.
But what about
still,
h5, not g5?
Then you have the g5 square, yeah. No, but anyway, just kind of nice to put the king away from the 8th rank. But maybe knight d6, then knight d6 might be an issue.
Knight d6.
Yeah, very complicated position. Yeah, that's true. Very complicated.
Does white want to play bishop d5 now? What do you think?
Probably yes. Probably
bishop c4, I think, is a very unpleasant move. And Firouzja just went below 5 minutes.
Yeah, because I'm also considering some. What about rook takes c4, bc4, rook a3? I quite like it.
Yeah.
If it works.
Knight d6? Or bishop d, maybe bishop d.
p5 maybe, but there are all those pins.
Bishop e5.
Bishop e5 and bishop a6 or something, trying to get pawns. Yeah, it's maybe it's not good enough. Yeah.
Well, probably knight d4 is possible.
Bishop takes c4.
And king g3.
And some potential tactics. You can take on d4 everything and play bishop e2 and bishop e2 or something. Yeah. Also. But that's not.
What? He went rook c2. Sorry.
That's,
this is such a funny move.
That's not even a move but actually, yeah, it's a nice tactics. Yeah.
Very nice move. I don't know if it's good, but it's a shocking move for white.
Yeah,
I think.
That's true. That's obviously.
It's so typical, you make a move, and by making a move, you give the opportunity for the opponent, right? He just went bishop c4, so now rook c2 is enough.
But maybe bishop takes c6 is possible.
Rook a2.
Rook, which one? Rook a2. Yes, but still bishop takes f7. I don't know if it's.
Wow, takes.
Checked. Yeah, takes king e1. Because it's dangerous. Yeah, d3.
d3.
Maybe d3, but also I have my pawns. Yeah, knight d6 check.
Well, takes, bishop a6.
Yeah, but I take on b4. White is not worth. Yeah.
I would see Magnus's face after rook c2. We don't have the camera there. Oh no, actually we see him there. Let's see what else white has. And what?
I suppose some move like king e1 is also possible.
But okay, he just takes the pawn.
And now, yeah, all sorts of ideas. Knight d6, bishop d6. Oh, yeah, still the same. Taken on c2, taken on e6, taken on d4, for example. I mean, white shouldn't lose it, yeah.
Well, you take a knight d4.
Yeah. I don't think white is any worse, yeah.
It's black is
rook c3. Rook c3 maybe, yeah.
Bishop e5?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Like bishop e5.
And rook f3.
And rook f3, and yeah, probably should be a draw there. Yeah.
So black is back on the safety track.
Mhm. So let's maybe quickly move to
Let's see Fabiano. Fabiano spent quite a lot of time. But,
yeah, but probably he couldn't find anything really decisive, yeah, and he just...
Yeah, where after knight cb8, he went queen e2, the solid way, to protect, actually prevent b6, a5, rook c1, takes, knight f6, and now it's his move.
Of course, white
He spent a lot of time by now, so he's below 13 minutes. Black is below, below 9.
Yes, I just noticed how much time did he spend. Yeah, I guess he was searching for the most...
the best, and then he went for the simplest to play queen e2,
yeah,
right?
Sometimes it is the case, sometimes the simplest is the best, yeah. Maybe b5 I would consider now. Just to have on if b6, knight a6, yeah? That's my idea.
On b6, knight a6, yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's powerful. Even bishop b8 and knight a6, rook c6 is not bad.
So maybe knight bd7
Knight
then.
bd7, that's what I would...
But now some tactics you have to calculate b6 move, yeah, for example, if it works. Knight b6, and now some tactics like queen b2 maybe. Or just, I don't know what is the next move for black.
I'm thinking, is it possible to play... no, knight b7, you give it a check first.
Maybe just queen b2 and trying to get the... I don't know if b6 maybe doesn't work.
Maybe it's too early. Maybe it doesn't work.
Then, of course, I wouldn't play b5 if in such case.
What do you think about bishop takes b8 and then b5?
Bishop takes b8 and b5.
Knight d7.
Knight d7. Well, maybe then I can take and play b6 and get my rook to c7.
Yeah. Or rook c7 immediately.
Oh.
Probably not good, but nice.
Well, still, of course, there are drawish tendencies, but it's a lot of initiative for a very dangerous position for black.
But
because
maybe it's
not even clear, but not clear what is black
is
next.
there.
I mean, a lot of moves: bishop b5, rook bc1, very dangerous.
Yeah.
Might not end well, yeah. So
but again, white has this problem of having too many options.
Yeah, that's true. That's
even bishop b5 makes sense here, no?
Maybe black should try to play like bishop d6 if he can, and then bishop e7 on bishop h4 at least to fight with this bishop on g3.
Even b5.
b5, yeah. So I guess knight bd7, he has some very direct idea. Maybe just knight takes d7.
Yeah. Why not?
Probably knight takes d7.
But then maybe just takes and b6 and
takes and c6, but yeah, it's
and
takes b6. Yes, but then I can maybe try to get this bishop to attack rook a3. Bishop c7, so maybe just bishop d8 can work. I don't know, rook c1, knight takes b6, queen b2 maybe.
But queen b2, rook d3, bishop b6.
Yes, bishop, and then I just think maybe I can try to to win this rook. Or queen d7, maybe even takes, queen takes b7,
queen
for
f6.
instance. Queen f6, and then it's
But we have a completely different position on the board.
No, that is really
So
bad
after
for
B,
black.
black
No,
played B6.
No, I don't know. Maybe 97 was not working. I don't know, but that is just you cannot allow it. I mean, Rook C6, it's over.
Yeah. Queen F8.
Yeah, but it's just over. I mean,
well, it's hard to imagine that black will save the game. Bishop C7.
It's just positionally terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, simply zero chance position. I don't know. It's very, very strange. I mean, basically, to me, playing B6 is almost like resigning. Yeah, I mean, good or bad, I think you should have done 97 instead.
Queen C2 is also quite unpleasant.
Yeah, Rook A8. No, but it's just positionally lost. I mean, of course, there is always some practical chance, but it's just so bad positionally that only time trouble can save here.
You know that Magnus is got such a shock that he's still thinking after Rook C2?
I don't know. Maybe Ariza for the draw. It's possible because actually yesterday, I've noticed that he actually offered the draw. At some point
this is
in time
the
travel.
information we got.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting, the draw offer. Were you using it or in what kind of situations were you offering draw yourself? Because that for some people, I think it was not a weapon, but something to be using in critical moments to not disturb the opponent, but to confuse the opponent a little bit when you're not sure whether, well, you might be happy with the draw, so it's very complicated. You ask your opponent whether to make a decision. And in many cases, when you reject the draw offer, it's very common that you make a mistake, for example.
Yeah. I mean, there was some situations when you offer a draw. I mean, now, actually, I simply didn't do it last years. And I believe, in fact, it's something which probably, I mean, there is no need for it. Yeah, I mean, it looks a bit strange. Yeah, because looks like it's a business. All of a sudden, you play a game and then you start a business negotiations, kind of. Yeah, so it was, of course, normal for years. I don't know, for a very long time. But to me, frankly, I don't even remember last time I offered a draw. If the position is not totally drawish, I mean, just in a complicated position. But before I was doing it, but not to annoy opponent. No, but sometimes when position is very complicated, or sometimes when it's actually drawish, but I mean, just to see if your opponent, okay, he's nominally better, but it's a complete draw, and just to see if he wants to play or not. Yeah, I mean, in a way, sometimes I would use it for myself, basically, to help myself, because I just want to see if your opponent is really playing for a win or not. So if he rejected, it means he plays for a win. So it would make me at least, concentrate and play a game, because sometimes you are not sure if he just makes moves, waiting for the right moment to offer a draw himself, or he is really playing for a win. So, but all in all, in general, I think it's better to skip this whole idea, or at least to be able to offer a draw after move 40. I mean, when the game is already, position is clear.
This draw offer is an interesting rule of chess, and of course for quite many years, like about 15 years already, that there are discussions, and that whether it's good or how to block the players to stop. Bishop d3 happened in the meantime. Interesting that he went back and he preferred to give up the pawn.
Yes. Maybe it's still playing for a win.
Well, he went bishop e5.
Doesn't really look like playing for a win. It might be, this might be this idea of confusing the opponent, because it's such a, I mean, the last move probably you would think of is bishop d3, No, but that's true, he has very little time, and then this kind of very strange move can confuse you,
and this is what we were talking about, that sometimes you make moves when, especially your opponent has like under 4 minutes, right? So it's going to be deadly dangerous for Firouzja to find the right moves.
So it's a very interesting moment of the game. So what is your
Well, rook a2. What black should have in mind?
First, let's try to understand what white has in mind.
Actually, I think
why?
he just wants to go king g3 and then go back bishop c4.
But f6 might be kind of to
Rook
start
d2.
with. Yeah, but first, I want to understand rook d2. Okay, why not to change one pair of rooks, even if it could have been possible, at any moment. So f6, let's say if a very simple, primitive move f6.
Well, actually, white should be going back.
And bishop.
No, he will go to d6, no?
But
Then
doesn't.
bishop c4.
Yes, but it doesn't bring that much. No, it's possible because you see in the structure the a2 pawn is not very important. Actually the only idea of having it is to protect the b3 pawn. Otherwise, in itself, probably it will not play a very big role. So I would say it's a half pawn sacrifice, not a pawn sacrifice. In my understanding.
a5.
Rook a5. Interesting move, yeah. Interesting. But of course, very little time.
Wow, minute and 49 seconds left.
And what if bishop c4?
Probably bishop a6, maybe? Or what does he have in mind?
No, bishop takes e6 and maybe it's coming.
What about d3 check?
Yes, maybe some tactical idea. d3 check, king g3, and
bishop e3 should be there, but it's not there.
Yeah, it's not there. Maybe bishop g1 looks very strange. No, bishop f8 maybe.
Or bishop f8 going back.
Trying to go g6 maybe. This maybe rook f5 might be.
Because it's check.
But still bishop takes f8.
Bishop f8.
Bishop f8. Yes, difficult. I think black is doing pretty well, but it's a difficult position to play, yeah?
Rook a5. Well, definitely he wants to move his bishop, right?
I think if bishop c4, you're not really threatening to take.
No, but actually he wants to go rook bishop a6. That's why he played rook a5 also, I believe.
You think, bishop c4, bishop a6?
Well, maybe not yet. Bishop a6.
Well, I guess I can make a draw if I want, just taking on a6 and probably playing like king g3 and takes on d4, but that's not what...
rook a3?
Yeah. Takes on d4 must be drawable, but I'm sure that Magnus is having more
ambition. In the meantime, we have the birthday boy. Happy birthday, Levon.
Happy birthday.
But maybe before we go to your game, if you have a little comment, what do you think about the position with Magnus, with Firouzja? Because Firouzja has under 2 minutes and it's a crazy game right now.
Yeah, it looked rather unpleasant for black, but now you get some activity, yeah? Some bishop a6 is coming.
Well, some crazy things were happening. I don't know. I think you had some surprise birthday.
Because I got the best present possible. It was a classical music concerto.
Wow, that's nice.
And what was it? Because I can give you a secret that to the spectators that Levon is one of the very few colleagues whom we from time to time can discuss classical music, and I get some very interesting suggestions of different concertos and so on. So what was it? What was
it was an author I didn't hear before. It was Carl Stockhouse, something like that.
Stockhouse, no?
No, not Stockhausen. No, it was I first.
Stockfish?
At first, I thought it was Haydn or Mozart, so you understand the style.
Yeah.
But then they said it's a different guy, so I'll check it out.
But the style is good. Yeah, the style I like. So I guess it was
Light
very,
and pleasant, yeah.
yes.
Well, in Norway chess, they are famous paying attention on the small details. I know. So it's
So you
not
guys
like-
think this is going to be a draw?
Bishop a6 was
Bishop
played.
a6 happened after King g3.
Yeah.
What would you bet on? It's very close, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
because black is so active, yeah? Takes.
Yeah, that should be just a draw.
Yeah, bishop d4, rook
knight
a3.
d4, knight d4, rook a3, or bishop d4, rook a3. That should be a draw. But something tells me that probably Magnus will try to play for a win.
well, the time issue is a big problem for.
Yeah. But he's not even worse if you play like this with white, yeah?
No, white is. I think it's maybe pretty equal position. It's hard to say, of course, but I don't see why black should be worse objectively.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, he managed to exchange some bad pieces, yeah?
Yeah, something I think at some point maybe Magnus allowed too much counterplay. I thought also he was slightly better, was a pleasant position. Then rook got to c3, bishop to c5, d4, and even at some
Not
point
even
I had
clear how white can improve, huh?
You mean in this
doesn't.
position or before?
Of course, you can try to play like h5 or something, but it's not clear if it's such a big improvement, yeah? In any case. And f6...
Yeah, but you can get f6, yeah.
Yeah, f6 is
You
coming,
might
so...
not regain this pawn ever. So bishop a6, rook a6, bishop takes d4 maybe?
rook a3, I would...
But then rook a3 immediately, yeah?
Yes.
Well, now it can be dangerous for. Well, rook d3, right?
In the worst case, yeah? Yeah. Interesting.
But
No, but wait, what about g6?
G6, yeah, let's try. Bishop takes c5, maybe.
Bishop c5, knight c5, rook d8, yeah?
Maybe bc5.
Well, how can it go bad? Knight d4 simply, right?
Yeah, no, that's why I thought bc5 to try to...
bc5, yeah?
But it's very risky, yeah, it's very double-edged.
But you always go for the risky stuff, Vlad,
Yes.
right?
Well, because he's not playing.
Yeah, I mean,
G5, knight d4 or something like that. Knight d4 maybe because rook d7 is ready.
yeah, knight d4 is unpleasant, I must say. Very.
And if you go rook d7, king h6, rook f7, rook takes b3, rook e7.
See, everybody's giving up other people's pieces.
No, but I wonder. You have knight g7.
Yeah, that's
I
nice.
forgot about
No,
this.
take first on b3
Take
just
first.
to...
No, sorry. This was too much.
Yeah, so Magnus here have taken on d4, knight takes d4, yeah? He played.
Okay, so it's
You know, when I see this bishop e5, knight d4, bishop c5, knight e6, I remember this Fischer game where he played f6 and Spassky took bishop f6. Remember? He blundered like this one time.
In the World Championship?
I think so. Then
Yeah,
the draw was
no,
agreed.
Don't remember, but...
Exactly the same structure of the pieces.
By the way, Levon, do you actually remember that? I mean, did you notice, which I didn't, that in fact, if you played f3 instead of h4, it was more or less our game from Yerevan.
Really?
1000.
Exactly my reaction, real? Yeah, the only difference that the rook was on e6 instead of e8. But
you
it's
know
not clear if it makes a very big difference.
And you know how did we got to know this?
Who told it?
Magnus went into the confessional booth. He said something about his game, and then he went back that, sorry, I forgot to say something. I wanted to share. And this was the message that...
Damn it. I completely forgot. Okay.
Yeah, but in fact, maybe with a rook on e8, it's a better version for black. a pretty much better version, possibly. Because
So-
the rook is not hanging. Because after h4, frankly, I had a feeling it might be better for black even. I mean, it was
Yeah,
very
but
dangerous.
you know, I was thinking my opponent played Marshall first time in his life.
Mhm.
Wow.
I should try to play something structural that he would have to think how to attack. Because I saw computer doing things like h4, knight
Yeah.
f1, knight h2. I mean, it's very common.
But I mean, if I think that quite a significant conceptual mistake was to change the rooks. I mean, somewhere here
So
after
f3
you've
I would
played
transfer to it. My God, why didn't I think so?
a4,
Yeah.
h6 now. Let's say if black plays h6. I mean, it's not quite clear what is white next. We are very, very
Okay,
worried. for
AB,
you.
AB,
Yeah, AB.
and well, I can play 93.
Knight f4.
Ah, yes, this knight f4 at many times it works, but in some cases it doesn't. Now I have to remember.
But also taken twice on e3, of course, has to be
Oh, but there
considered.
I take g4, no?
That might not work, yeah. But knight f4 might be an issue.
But here even rook a7, I don't know.
But I think g4 is good enough.
Yeah, that probably will not work. But knight f4 might be very painful.
No, I saw knight f4, of course. But here I think I saw something. So gf, rook g6. I don't have anything.
Not here, I guess.
No tricks.
Yeah, I was also trying to see, but don't really see it.
Yeah, okay, I shouldn't play 93 then. If this doesn't work, well, the queen c6 I don't believe in. I mean,
Okay.
Yeah. That was
Surprised that you're
exactly
not
what
happy.
I've played enough Marshall not to think about x6.
Yeah, but actually it's very difficult for white to find the move here. I mean,
Well, I was thinking something around like I can always play bishop c2.
Well, we were kind of worried about your position here.
I wasn't worried at all. I mean, I've seen this happening so many times. You think you have
and now
all these
f5,
attacks?
and let's go with 5 now.
Yeah, 5. Just a second.
Knight h2.
No. Wait.
Maybe knight h2. I don't know what else. Bishop f3 is already a threat quite often.
Okay, I mean, worst case I can take on e2, of course, but this is not easy, yeah? Rook e2, bishop d1, some this neutralizing way, but I don't want to do it. Of course I don't want to do it.
Yeah, by the way, for now, I think the game is heading to a draw and to a tiebreak, Carlsen Firouzja.
Yes. Yeah.
This is what they have.
So then we can continue our press conference, yeah? Yes.
No, I was thinking that the position is rather unclear, but I wasn't sure that I'm worse. But had I remembered, of course, I would play f3.
But why didn't you just play a4 instead of h4? I mean, you didn't want to. I mean, why h4? Because we were wondering.
I thought about this. Then I was thinking that this leads to something I've seen before, but
No, that's probably the case. Yeah.
I don't know. I was seeing some ghosts. Actually, bishop h3, bishop d1, queen h6. I was thinking about queen f3, f5. Because obviously I analyzed so much Marshall. Queen h6, I thought.
Queen h6, yeah? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Queen f6.
Some f5, f4, I don't know.
Sometimes works, yeah, sometimes.
Yeah. So I didn't want it to work this time. Okay, if it works, yeah? then you don't really have a move. Okay, some queen h5 maybe, but then, I don't know, f4. Feels like
Yeah, that's
black
true.
is-
Just that h4 is very, very, committing. It's quite.
Yeah, Vladimir.
No, but I
didn't
knew
like
there
it.
was a plan like this. I knew with h4 because I've analyzed something similar.
But
But I don't know if f3 works, but f3 probably works, yeah?
No, the thing is, you see, queen h5, queen g2, f3. Yeah, let's Judith. Yeah, let's go to this position. You know, we had it suddenly. Yeah, whereas we had it with a rook on e6. So
No, but wait, 93, queen f2, queen h6? No,
queen
this
h6,
looks
fg,
ridiculous.
fg. That's what.
Ah,
But now the big difference is that
no, wait,
maybe
fg,
the rook
knight
is not.
g4?
Bishop
Knight
f7.
g4, yes, this we
King
didn't
h8?
taken on f7 now, but maybe even queen f7 has to be checked. Yeah, king h8, and I don't know if it works or not. I mean,
No, but wait, queen f7, rook f7 takes bishop f8, then what do you do?
rook f1, knight f6. Yeah.
Well, no,
No,
queen
rook
h2.
f1, queen h2, maybe.
Ah, sorry, queen h. No, sorry. Then it doesn't work. I'll do knight f3 move.
No,
maybe.
knight f3. I was.
Crazy knight f3. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know, somehow it doesn't feel that it should work. Some c5 will come.
I don't know. Let's check.
Bishop e6. What else?
Bishop
I don't know.
e6. Yeah, we just.
Queen e3?
No, queen is3 is coming. No, then maybe rook
Bishop
e6
knight
or.
f6.
Okay, this is a bit, knight f6 will come. This is a bit too much.
Yes,
Or
probably.
even knight f6 immediately, knight d5
But okay,
cover.
d
no?
takes c5 maybe. But okay, anyway, this is a sacrifice. But bishop takes f7 now. If bishop takes f7, king h8. So this doesn't work, you think? Yeah? It might not. Yeah, I mean, probably it doesn't.
Probably
You guys
doesn't.
are looking at all these worst possible ideas for me, yeah?
No, but actually, we also fg maybe c5. I thought maybe also is interesting. I mean, that's quite a big difference that rook is not on e6. Yeah?
Okay, but maybe knight g4 just gives you an advantage immediately. I mean, you force
Well,
queen
if
g2.
queen g2, I'm not sure actually. Even after queen g2, I'm really worse. But
Okay, c5. You're not worse, but definitely.
yeah, no, definitely.
Or
not. But,
f7
like-
is not possible here.
Sorry?
Bishop f7.
yeah, it might work. Who knows?
Oh,
Maybe not, but it's kind of.
Yeah, but
suspicious.
it's true. I mean, f3. Yes, it just was funny because I've totally forgotten
queen
about
d5,
it.
yeah?
Queen
Hmm.
f5.
Queen f5.
Rook f6.
Rook f6, yeah?
No, but I
no.
guess even just knight f3, knight f3 simply after rook e6. I mean, there are 1,000 threats. Yeah,
Knight f3 is a nice.
maybe. Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know.
but I'm not sure these are such dangerous threats.
I don't know. Knight g5 check looks like a serious one. Yeah?
I'm not sure. Just rook e8, maybe. Rook f8.
Well, queen f5 I can play now.
Okay, queen f5 is there. No, wait. So
Also,
maybe.
rook takes e6 or something. Yeah, that's maybe.
Wait, guys. There has to be a move here.
No, but anyway, you're right. Maybe simply, yeah. I mean, it's clear that black is not worse.
Yeah, of course.
Well, here.
No, not here. I mean, at the beginning. I mean, maybe c5
Yeah.
is not necessary. Yeah, here it's clear black is okay. At minimum, yeah, you can make a draw or something. But true, it was just a funny moment, which is, yeah.
Definitely rook on e8 is a better piece than rook on e6, yeah.
So, Levon, maybe you can tell us that which was the crucial point from your
Hey,
perspective.
93, just 93. Black was fine. I mean, no, wait, here, yeah. Yeah, this is all right.
No, I think bishop f3 is actually, we saw that it's conceptually completely wrong because your rook on e1 is very passive.
But
yeah?
I thought bishop f3 is totally fine. I mean, what
Why?
happened in the game, I thought it was fine. So bishop f3,
Mm-hmm.
yes, takes, queen h. I thought he was playing well, bishop g4,
Yeah.
queen h2, h6. I think this is perfectly all right. But he just has to take on e3. I mean, I was thinking knight e3 and black is totally fine.
Why? Bishop takes e3.
Rook f6. It's such a locked position for me. That
Your queen on h2 is not very tempting
don't
for
know,
you.
maybe f4 simply. I would.
it doesn't deserve to be called the queen, yeah?
No, I don't know. I thought it's already white is already on
Yeah,
top.
but it's
Yeah.
bishop f3 at all times.
But then you get this counter attack. Yeah, bishop will get maybe bishop c2, just trying to get some.
But I think black should be totally fine.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not
Bishop
so
d5?
sure. But
Ah,
then
there
check
is a
is
check
very
on
annoying,
A8.
yeah.
Okay, maybe not rook f6, but rook e7 instead. Maybe rook e7. Definitely.
You don't like it that white plays F4.
But even if you just maneuver your queen g2, queen f1, isn't it a pawn up?
No, but how am I going to do it?
Here, queen h3 first,
Oh, yes, bishop g4.
queen f1.
Yeah, but here even some g5 can be dangerous. I don't know.
Bishop G3 is not a move?
No, this doesn't work,
yeah.
I think.
Usually, yeah, it shouldn't work because I'm countermating, yeah, somehow, probably.
But maybe it
Countermating?
works.
Yeah. FG and
Countermating.
bishop, FG, check, bishop, I don't know, yeah. It's
This is something from Animal World. Countermating.
But I don't know, I thought already
G5?
white.
Okay,
white
why is
already
it so
better.
clear? No, I'm not sure. What do you play after g5?
G5, I think I'm going to mate first, that's my feeling.
Okay, good.
Already white
Try.
who is
Try.
mating. Okay, let's try G5. Let's say. Let's try to mate black. Yes, there's some
Just
D5.
don't be surprised when you get mated yourself. Okay?
I mean, check on A8,
Yeah, king g7.
D5.
Takes on h4.
Okay.
Sorry, what happened? G5?
I mean, rook A8 check.
Okay, king g7.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's say D5. So rook D8, bishop C7. Yeah, let's say D5 maybe.
This looks.
Can we go to the Duda game because
Yes.
they have only seconds left?
Okay,
Are
okay,
you going
yeah.
to stay with us, Levon, or you
I
want?
will just watch.
Okay, it's great to have you.
You will watch
Oh
tiebreak
my
with
God,
us. Huh?
both of them
No,
under
no,
a minute.
I will not do. Yeah, but white should be easily winning, no?
Yeah, of course, but there is some kind of, it's a bit blocked, yeah, the position.
Okay, 95. What do you do?
95, knight f3. Yeah, no, that's,
It's finished, no?
I mean, you
Okay,
should
here.
put rook on
Take
g8
on
and,
d5, bishop f5. No, I don't have to play knight f3. I can just take on d5, play bishop f5.
yeah, and then one of the pawns will fall probably. That's exactly what, no, ed5 actually, yeah, that's exactly what happened, yes.
Yeah, ED5 happened. This is on the board.
Mhm.
And bishop F5.
Yeah, what a great player I am. I can guess all the moves. Yeah,
Yeah,
you're going to lose. You're going to lose one of the pawns and the game.
Rook E8.
Yeah, but it's bad, yeah. Of
No,
course
it's bad, of course, but
some chances, rook e8, rook e7 maybe, yeah. And then knight f3, rook g7 somehow.
yeah.
At some point, I was thinking if you manage to exchange the rook, then it's a fortress. And I forgot the pawn is on d5. If only black had one e6 pawn, yeah? Just exchange your... Take the
But it's
rook.
a rook E7. It's a good defensive plan.
Mhm.
And it's right there on the board. And we have 17 seconds against 20.
Bishop g6, king e6.
is logical.
Maybe not easy. King e6, yeah? So king e6, what is he going to do?
Now knight f3.
Knight
maybe.
F3, king F6, bishop F5, and then he goes back to E5.
But
and
knight f3, rook
Yeah,
g7.
but then rook to7 and king e7.
No,
he
Rook
plays
a7, rook a7.
already.
He's even trying to create counterplay somehow.
This is
Wow.
exciting.
Wow, what an annoying thing with white, no? Rook
King
A7.
c3, king c3. I mean, I wouldn't.
I don't. I think the word annoying is not right because white has no risk whatsoever. He's just going to torture you and beat you.
Yeah, but
If
you know there is
that's
no.
annoying. That's what I want to. I want to be annoyed forever. Yeah.
No, rook A3 check and king E7.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bring my bishop to c6
But
and
for
then
now, after
knight to f3.
Rook A3 check for the moment.
King f2. You pinned me at some point, huh? Okay, I should play knight f3. I should make you passive. But how then I bring my bishop to c6? Because I
But
want.
why not knight f3? You mean rook e3 check? You will just move, yeah, as a king somehow.
Ah,
So-
then maybe I should just bring my bishop to b3 and then slowly reroute
and
my.
knight to e3, of
No,
course.
actually
Yeah,
now
that's a
you
plan.
capture the no, rook g7.
Yeah, you first just get there, then you maneuver slowly your bishop to b3, knight to e3, and take the pawn on d5, something like that. Just the question is how exactly, yeah?
Yeah, it's going to fall. It's hard to believe it's there to stay.
Mm-hmm.
Why do I see 0-0 on Fabiano's clock? No, it's back to 30 seconds. So
Oh, I thought you saw 0-0 on the video relay. That would have been awkward.
Knight c6. So what is the plan?
Okay, what if he goes rook f7? Knight d8. My God, not a good idea. No, I was
It's
thinking
time to
bishop f5 to rook f5. If
No, the idea is bishop b3, I guess, and king c3, knight b4.
Maybe it's time
But
to
now rook
activate the
a2.
rook somehow. Rook a2, yes. I mean, well, all pawns are protected, of course, but still. Bishop f5 check and king
b3.
d6, knight d8.
yeah, king b3 is a professional move.
Mm-hmm.
Well, still after rook a1, you have to decide.
You want king c3. I think he's
King b2.
he's kind of stalling.
I think he wants king b2, bishop b3, knight b4, yeah, probably.
But it's also possible that after rook g1, bishop f5, and knight a7 and c8 somehow. Rook c1, pinning the bishop.
Knight e5.
Or knight b4, maybe time. Knight e5.
Well, it's on the board. Knight d3.
And knight d7.
It's just a blunder. Yeah, rook g1, bishop f5 check. Yeah, that was a blunder. Yeah,
King e7, knight d7.
d7. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's possible to defend such
Well,
position.
it should be lost, right? It's only a matter of time.
Mm-hmm.
Check.
So I guess
Yeah, rook c4 he wants, but that's already in, yeah, king b3 maybe.
king b3 I think is the
Yes.
best move.
And then you have king c3 and bishop c2 and take on d5. Yeah.
Yeah.
King b3 is on the board.
Well, I guess I will leave you on this note.
Yes.
Okay.
So congratulations with your birthday. Many years to come, many successes in chess and in everything else. And congratulations with your victory today.
Thank you
I
guys.
think you are one of the first in years a person who won a game in the main line of Marshall from the top level. I think so. Congratulations.
Thank you
Enjoy
guys.
the rest of the night. Bye.
Bye guys. Bye.
So actually, we are going to have the playoff of Magnus Carlsen and Firouzja in about 5 minutes. So probably this game will be finished by then. But let's see how Jan Christoph is fighting still until the very end. But I think it shouldn't be too difficult anymore for Fabiano.
Still some chances. You need to be accurate, yeah, because a very limited material on the board. So there's still some small. So it was played knight c8 check and b6. Yeah, so yeah, maybe it's actually good because.
But what about rook c1?
In d4 because the pawn endgame is lost. Yeah, so
Exactly.
yeah, Fabiano is a fantastic calculator. So he found the most accurate and
D4.
efficient way to win a game. d4 king c2, yes, and then knight gets to d6 and
Or knight goes to a7 and knight c6, I guess.
that is game over already. Yeah.
Rook moves away. Rook e1, and I think knight a7 will be the best.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Yeah. That wins on the spot.
Yeah, and he has 26 seconds, but both of the players were under a minute. But in this position, it was not so difficult to Fabiano because he was not taking any risk, right? So he can go back and forth, gaining some time. He
There
went
was a
knight d6.
knight d6, also good, of course. There was only a risk of 3 times repetition. Yeah, there is
Yeah.
that is a certain risk sometimes.
Rook e3, but I think now knight f7,
King e7.
king e7.
And what is the plan after
I
d7?
think there is not much left to fight for black. Rook c3, king b2. And black will have to resign.
Yes.
And well, it's a sad start for Duda in this tournament because he had a difficult game yesterday.
I would say at least he was fighting pretty well today. I mean, at some point, from some point on, but
still he is fighting. But now king d1.
And also bishop takes d3 was not bad. But I mean, chess is not only about fighting; it's also about playing. Yeah, and unfortunately, his play was not so good today. He was fighting well, but yeah.
Yeah, I think he just resigned as I see that they are talking, discussing after the game post-mortem a little bit. And well, it's a great start for Fabiano.
Yeah.
2 out of 2, and it was pretty convincing, I must say. He made a great opening choice for yesterday, and he collected the full point. And now today it was very convincing, very smooth game. So
as yesterday also. No, of course, Fabiano, especially when he is in good form, he is an extremely strong player and a very serious opponent even for Magnus. I mean, very, very dangerous opponent. I mean, and just maybe he's a bit less stable than Magnus, so sometimes he has gaps of form. But when he's at his normal, I would say, form, is extremely strong. And also both games he had played yet so far. Excellent, very 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 high level.
He's in good form now, so it will be very interesting to see the Magnus and Fabiano's games as well, and see what form Magnus is, because today actually it was a very interesting game between him and Ali Reza, right? It was incredible fight. I mean, if we look back, what were the critical points of the game? In the very beginning, it was an interesting moment, right? At this point, this was one of the first critical moments after knight f5, whether to play c4 or not.
Yeah.
This is what he was talking in the confessional booth. And then later on, we had also quite an amazing moment when we got...
later on, I think somewhere around move 25, 26. I wouldn't say it was really better for white, but I mean, maybe... Magnus could have been a bit more precise, just he allowed some counterplay, at some point. I had a feeling that he could have done better, but it's hard to say what exactly he should have done. I mean, our idea was to try knight f4 here, that was maybe a better
We tried
try.
all kind of moves. Knight f4 was one of the moves which
but that was quite a dangerous move. I think that was a move which was not easy to face. For black. I mean, didn't really find any
somehow
good
it was
solution.
Magnus was going back and forth with the knight, right? After rook d2, and he found himself having his knight on d4. And somehow he felt that knight on f5 will be a great deal. But somehow Firouzja started to play very interestingly with these rook moves. Now he controlled the c file.
I'm also not sure about rook d1. Maybe king g2. So, I mean, maybe for white, if possible, because there is a lot of tactics, of course.
We were discussing here bishop e3 also, if it was a blunder or no.
But after rook c8, let's say king g2, if there is no d4, because it's really maybe quite important for white to change one pair of rooks in this position, because that would allow, stopping the counterplay of black's counterplay. So maybe unless there is a d4, some kind of tactical solution for black, which I don't really see. Otherwise, maybe it was a better idea to keep the rook on c line and try to change it if black bishop goes away, you know, I mean.
Yeah, maybe this was the moment for white, because, I mean, somehow it seems that white should be better here, no? With the knight on f5, somehow.
I know I've played quite a lot of Queen's Gambit, and from other point of view, black, if you look at the position, all black's pieces are very, very well placed. I mean, everything is perfectly. 2 rooks on c9, pawn on d5 protected, knight on e6 best square, bishop is very good on c5. Of course, there is a... they started already.
We have the game started. Sorry for missing out the first few moves. Let's go back because they flashed out. They are... Seems like they are repeating the line, right?
Yes, but the final knight is on f3 here.
And knight f3.
I think it's considered to be okay, more or less, for black, but of course.
And then white took on e4.
Yeah, now it's a choice whether to put bishop on f5 or f5. Yeah, both are possible.
Yeah, and for our audience, if maybe some people are not aware of the time control, white has at the start 10 minutes. Black has 7 minutes, and only from move 40, the players will get the generous amount of 1 second per move. Practically, it's good only if you have a queen up and you want to mate your opponent, right? That's what it's good for. So let's see. It seems like Magnus is thinking quite a lot. He took already nearly 3 minutes of his time, and Firouzja is very fast. The rule is that if the game is a draw, then the maximum point which the winner, so-called the winner, can collect is 1.5 point to 1 point. So in this game, if there's going to be a draw, then Firouzja gets 1.5 point and Magnus Carlsen will receive a point. If white wins, so he has to win the game, then he's collecting 1.5 points. So f5 is on the board and long castle. So something very interesting will be coming. I think I don't think...
that's, of course, I understand you need to win, but long castle is also quite dangerous move because black has, usually my experience show black has a lot of counterplay here with knight a6, knight d7.
Well, he went knight d7. I don't know if we're going to see g4 in this game.
I think so. I'm pretty sure. But knight a6 is more...
And we are having it on the board.
Yeah. But I mean, knight a6 was much more to the point to me because white often has to play a3 and then black gets b5, b4 very often. But that's more like a solid way of playing. Also okay, probably for black. But,
right now we are having Fabiano in the press room. Thank you very much. Congratulations for you. I don't know how much are you in a rush? Because right now we are having the Magnus Carlsen Firouzja playoff.
Yeah, let's not really discuss my game at all. I mean, this is...
Okay, I think there is something to discuss, but if you don't
game.
Mind, we would go on this first.
Yeah, of course.
Thanks.
And even we would be very happy to listen to your comments on it, if you want.
I think he'll play knight g3. He probably should stop bishop f5.
I think I bet for knight c5.
For knight c5.
Yeah, maybe knight g3 is too conservative. Knight c5 is
knight g3 is on
played.
the board.
Yeah, it's played. Yeah.
Bishop e6.
But I feel like black is okay here. I don't know. E4, like this pawn on g4 is really, really strong. It stops all of white's breaks. There's no g file. There's no h3. There's no f3. It's a really nice pawn.
Well, maybe e4.
Yeah, e4, but what's next for white?
No,
then f2 pawn might become weak, a bit.
Rook f3 and rook f8 is coming.
No, black seems to have a great position, no?
I think black is doing well here, yeah. I guess e4 and rook f3 is the most natural response.
Well, d5.
d5, yeah. So cd, ed, and bishop to d7, I guess. And rook c3 also needs...
Yeah, rook c3 is an option.
But I'd rather not get rid of this.
Yeah, probably.
e4 is played. e4 is on the board, and black played rook a d8. We are having Magnus under 6 minutes and 5 minutes to Firouzja.
But rook e1 threatens d5, I think, more strongly now.
Maybe queen f6, it's like a double attack, simply a double attack.
That's true, yeah. Yeah. Although this one on d4, there's no tricks with like knight h5, right? Because there's queen d8. Like rook h1, queen f6, rook d2, rook d4, knight h5, queen d8. It's a bit of a mess. But,
Yeah, also rook d2, knight c4 might be painful.
That's true, yeah. Rook d2 immediately doesn't.
Rook e1 is on the board, but
I've played a lot of queen's gambits. I never got such a good position with black.
I think he missed queen f6 because this just wins a pawn. I think white is in serious trouble.
Well, probably he will just go e5 and queen g6 or something.
But then you even allowed the trade of queens with bishop.
I would rather say for the best chance for white maybe is to give up, just to give this f2 pawn and to keep the center somehow, yeah?
Like queen d2, rook e2.
I don't know how, yeah, because queen d2, knight c4 also comes here, lots of...
Queen d3.
Queen
maybe
d3.
knight c4 is also a bit of a liability for black.
Magnus is behind time, and his position is not so good either.
Knight c2 maybe?
Queen f2, rook f1.
Yeah, it's very sad because h2 pawn is also...
Yeah.
Well, things look very, very shaky for Magnus. Right,
he needs a move and to find it quickly, I think.
Which we don't see, right?
I don't see it, yeah.
No, it is obvious.
F4, look at this move.
So GF, he wants to play e5 and try to...
No, but the pawn is very strong. I don't get it.
Or queen f2 maybe is his idea, to block it.
Yeah, but with this f3 pawn, black is just winning, no?
Black is winning, yeah.
It's just terribly strong.
Usually you don't like to have a pawn like f3, and if it's an extra pawn, it's even worse.
Yeah. If it wouldn't be extra pawn, it would be just better probably for black. But with extra pawn, I think it's like no.
But practically, it's a brilliant move because before white had almost an impossible decision, and now black has to make a decision.
Yeah, but the problem is that any decision is good. Like
no, but he wants to go rook g1, knight h5. He wants to attack.
Yeah, maybe he'll put his bishop on g2, but it's a bit strange, yeah.
No, but knight c4 or something. It just completely.
Black has to make a choice. He has a choice, and he did knight c4 actually.
Yeah, it's just very logical. Rook g1, whatever, g5, even if you want. Anything. Why not? It's so winning for black that.
Rook g1 is on the board, so let's see if Firouzja gonna play.
No, of course I would probably do something else, but even g5.
I like actually.
A slightest problem with g5. That queen gets to g6. If you.
G5 is a great move. Yeah. This is very nice. Queen g6
but
and.
Queen h4 is on the board instead.
Also a good move, yeah, probably.
d5 eventually.
In Chinese chess, there's this piece, the cannon, yeah, which can jump over a piece. So rook takes
c7 check, yeah?
Would be very strong.
Good tactics. We can visualize this pattern, right? Pattern recognition, rook g7, knight f5. But b3 is on the board, knight d6.
Magnus is just playing quickly, just to get...
King b2.
Yeah, but it's very strange play. Magnus was, playing very strangely. This
Maybe
game.
b5 is even a good move, yeah?
Rook f4 I like quite very solid, just to have the queen protected, everything
rook
protected.
f7.
Yeah, also.
I feel like, I don't know, rook f7 feels a bit like...
Yeah, it's like...
Rook f4 looks more somehow...
Maybe sometimes d5 eventually?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, the bishop is a bit shorter on squares. But I don't see...
d5 and d4 later.
Rook d3, rook f1, maybe, I don't know, what else.
You don't want d5, not yet.
But rook d3 doesn't even threaten.
d5, simply, yeah.
Rook d2, rook f8.
He'll play like rook e1 and some move just to make a move. White should wait and keep time not so low.
Wait for better days, better times.
Well, you try to just make this turn into a time scramble. It's the only chance you can get.
Yes, a5, b5, or anything you want, because white doesn't really have a plan even, but...
b5 is nice.
White is trying to survive, to still be in the game and waiting Firouzja to think his time off.
I like b5, give this option of...
e5, maybe e5, white wants a knight e4, but yeah, it's quite strange how totally wrong when white's position, what happened, yeah?
Maybe e5 and knight e4 was a better idea than rook d3. And rook d3 is like, you're never going to take this pawn, so I don't know why the rook is there.
And the h2 is not protected, and the second
Yeah.
row is not protected.
Yeah. I think probably white should just stay more or less. Maybe rook d2. At least the main goal is is just not to lose by 4, not to lose very quickly, and then.
But Firouzja is very fast. I mean, he's made the last like 5
Yeah.
moves in 4 seconds or something.
But that is a chance. That is a chance. Maybe that he's young. He's very excited. He can get too excited. Somehow. This e5.
What about knight f5?
Knight c4, I guess, is the plan. I don't know what else.
Yeah, rook takes f3, knight takes d4, even or something.
Knight g3, I thought. Knight f5.
Knight
Yeah.
c4.
I wanted to say knight c4, knight g3 almost works. Hg3, rook e4, gh, rook e1, queen e1, f2, queen f1, and bishop h3 would.
But
Yeah,
the
but
rook
rook
is on
e1, rook
d3,
f-
you see?
but rook e1,
The
rook
rook is on
f3 also.
d3.
Yeah, also rook f3.
Yeah, knight e4. I guess some
Bishop
bishop
d5.
d5 or some solid move. Yeah, probably.
Bishop d5 looks nice, yeah. Very nice. And then I don't know what he wants. Knight c5, but then d4,
Well,
rook
I
d4.
have the feeling that Magnus does not want to be in this position right now.
But maybe bishop d5, rook f3 is actually a move. That's not what black wants. Yeah.
Aha.
Rook f3.
It's
Well,
very
then
chaotic. Maybe knight
Knight
g3.
g3. Yeah, okay, maybe some at
Hg,
least.
rook f3, queen f3, and
Yeah, and then some e pawn. Yeah, no, maybe black should just.
Bishop d5 was
Yeah, maybe rook f3.
takes
Okay.
queen h2.
and queen
Takes queen
g3.
h2. Yeah, and queen g3 after rook e2 if you want.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, maybe, yeah, it's quite. Knight takes f5.
Yeah, but knight f5 is just completely lost. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there is not much chance that Magnus will be able to save it,
Mhm.
even to a draw, which would also cost him losing the match of today, right?
Yeah, you have to go knight c5 and all in. Yeah, probably.
Rook f3 is on the board.
Yeah. He just needs to see this tactic, which he'll see, I think, quite quickly. He didn't, yeah? He didn't see rook f3, queen
But
h2.
maybe he sees something else. Also,
But,
which,
I mean, he's going for an endgame, which is,
yeah, that at least some fight. Yeah.
yeah. At least white isn't losing completely.
Magnus is under a minute.
But he'll just take on e4, play king g8, and white is slightly worse in a rook endgame. It's more or less impossible to win. So, take on f3 twice, take on e4, king g8.
Wow, that's already slightly worse. Rook endgame is a huge achievement for white already. Yeah,
That's true.
I think he just missed HG. Yeah,
Queen
in
f3.
fact.
Not HG, white could resign on the spot. So. Yeah, he's hesitating a bit, which is strange.
Yeah, losing his time.
So rook f3, queen f3 is played, Judith. If you
Yes.
could,
That's
but,
right.
If the time is correct, he has 1 minute to get to the increment, 7 moves to get to the increment, and he's an excellent bullet player, we know. So
But it's interesting that now he's somehow hesitating, right?
yeah, he probably realized that he had much more than this. And maybe king g8 can play d5 and rook d4 and
yeah, king a3. Yeah, he's trying to enter.
Wow,
with his
king a3, king b4 breaking in.
how do you enter after
I
b6?
don't know where exactly, but
Yeah, king f7, right?
it's a fight. Not so much time left. Yeah.
40
Yeah, sometimes-
seconds to 40 seconds.
Sometimes Magnus creates some magic in these rook end games. White is just
H6, rook g4,
I guess b6, right?
h5.
I was thinking about this, yeah. King e6 and
Yeah, maybe it's not a bad move, but looks it's strange.
It's kind of a tricky move against rook g4. a4.
he wants to play
that makes
a king
sense, yeah.
King e6, a5.
maybe black should play b6, right?
Yeah, rook g3, rook g4 is the plan also. Yeah.
Not a bad one.
But king c4, rook g4.
a6.
Yeah, wait, white can-
d6, of course, yeah. And now,
After rook g4, does he want to go for the king and pawn? Or king d3 immediately?
no, now some hands.
Then king e5. King e5.
I don't see what is going. Look, yeah, can we move the?
Rook f8. Look at that, what he's creating. Rook f7. He's going to get a
Yes,
fast pawn.
This is very dangerous for black. What does black do? What happened?
Oops.
Did he mo-
It seems like Firouzja lost on time. Firouzja lost on time. Wow.
That is just. That is incredible.
Wow. That was the most unexpected move of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is the Armageddon, I guess.
You know, I should mention that we had a players' meeting, and the initial regulation was supposed to be a 3-second increment after move 40.
Yeah.
We decided it's too much of an advantage for black, and so we changed it to a 1-second increment. And this, I guess, cost the game for Ali Reza.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It seems.
But let's be frank. I mean, yeah, he should have managed not to get there at all. Yeah, with the position he had. But yeah, of course, such things happens. Yeah, he needs experience, but he played. He showed a fantastic fight today. Yeah,
I have to say he was in some danger in the final position, so it was already going wrong somewhat.
Well, he started to think a lot, right?
Yeah. He thought, but he missed the queen h2 g3. This was I think the main moment.
Yeah.
After that,
Then he
white
got
is just losing, with no chances.
So can we have a few comments by you? You had a great day. You had a victory. We had one question in here, move 15, with queen a5. That instead of queen a5, were you thinking, considering b5 we were checking, right?
b5 is the most natural, rook ac1.
Mm-hmm. Knight takes d4. You're sure, yeah, that it's okay. Yeah.
I calculated a bit. So ed, ba, bishop a6, and I didn't see any decent move for black. These bishops are so dangerous.
Mm-hmm. Maybe rook a7. Yeah, but I understand. Yeah, but let's say if rook c8. Instead of, after rook c1.
Yeah, knight c5 I thought was quite pleasant.
Mm-hmm.
I guess take with the knight, most likely.
Mm-hmm.
Pawn takes, bishop f6. I thought even a4 would be very dangerous, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, or later also, we didn't quite understand. The move rook a7, I think, was a bit strange.
I was surprised he went for the setup.
Why not b5 here?
Yeah, here we
b5.
thought that this was the only possible chance.
Yeah, knight c5. I guess take with the knight again.
I thought knight b6, no?
And you actually go for this. Okay. I thought that queen g4 would be tremendously dangerous in this position.
Queen g4. Here, yeah?
Yeah. I would even consider f4, to be honest. I also think it's very dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
But queen g, yeah, I was.
I thought maybe you can already take on c5 and play knight c4, for instance. I don't know if it's so clear, this type of position. Yeah,
even like bishop c5, d c5, knight c4, even bishop c4, I think is very good for white, most likely.
This
Takes,
position?
knight c4.
Bishop takes c4, I guess probably b takes, because d takes is just
maybe, yeah, b.
And then rook to center and try to get e4 at some moment.
Mm-hmm.
E4 unfortunately allows d4 immediately, but I felt like his pawns would be very vulnerable, but it's not so few.
But it's at least, because after rook a7 it looks pretty one-sided. Yeah, we were quite surprised. After knight c5 looks like it's pretty bad already for black.
But after knight b8 I lost the thread. I couldn't really...
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Queen g4, no? We were thinking about queen g4, but maybe knight f6. Yeah,
I thought also b6. Like I didn't see the.
But knight takes c6 isn't.
I just take the 3 pawns. Yeah.
Take the 3 pawns. Yeah, looks really. I mean,
Yeah.
quite bad for black. Yeah,
It's probably pretty bad, yeah.
maybe knight f6 and then b6, but after knight f6, queen e2, it might be that.
Well, I'm wondering, queen e2, can he play b6? And knight takes a6, take rook a8.
Well, at minimum, bishop b8 is also possible. Yeah, you want to give this pawn, yeah?
Yeah.
But also knight a6. Yeah, that's...
Bishop b8 is better, because this one he can even take and rook a8 and then b5 knight e4.
We thought the c file is so strong.
Yeah, but it was with a knight on d7, Judith, I think.
Exactly.
Here, knight might get to
want to go
e4,
knight
even if
e4.
still not so clear.
Well, if I'm forced to double my pawns, then I think black gets...
Yeah, no, here it's not so easy, yeah. But queen e2, I think just another question, was very important, because after a5, rook c1 takes, I mean, now b5, we said knight d7 is absolutely only move.
I was shocked by b6. This is...
Yeah, I mean, it just...
knight d7 is forced, yeah?
Yeah, knight d7, did you see? Because we couldn't find anything very clear.
I should play queen takes, knight takes. I think he takes with the queen.
With a knight, maybe even. Couldn't
maybe with the knight, yeah? Yeah,
I mean, takes, b6, rook a3, we analyze some strange line.
And bishop d7,
bishop c7, bishop d8.
Maybe bishop c7, queen a8, he can try to get counterplay on the a file.
Also maybe possible. Queen a8, I mean, because that was a very principle, and basically not even principle, it was like absolutely only move.
Well, it was forced. b6, I couldn't really believe my eyes when he did it, because it looks completely dead lost.
Yeah, that's exactly our assessment.
This was Vladimir saying that, okay, after b6, I resign, it's lost.
No, I said, okay, now we can move to other games, because there is nothing anymore to see after this. It's very strange, I mean...
But it's still very difficult when we're low on time and the guy's putting up a lot of resistance.
Yeah, actually, the end game, what feelings did you have there if we just move to the end game?
I thought I'm completely winning, and then e4, and I thought, okay, it's all over, and then I couldn't find a clear way to win it. Yeah, it's very strange. I thought this. I kind of expected the game to end immediately, and then I didn't see a clear way to do it. I think in the end I was just trying to get my knight to e3, bishop to attack the pawn, and just take the pawn.
Yeah. No, it's typically, it has to be a win, but you have to be somehow precise to make it that black cannot defend everything.
Yeah.
Maybe ed5 was not necessary to hurry with ed5, yeah? Maybe having knight on f3.
I missed rook e8. I missed rook e8, so I actually thought ed5,
Yeah. Because now if you manage to, without changing these pawns, probably because e5 sometimes would be a threat, so, I mean, yeah, it must be winning, but all in all, finally, it seemed that it was, I mean, it was always, you were never really missing it, yeah? Yeah,
eventually I moved around enough that he lost a pawn, and I didn't...
Yeah, because this plan is very effective. I mean, having, let's say, bishop to b3, knight to b4, c3, and I mean, I think objectively, probably black cannot really manage anything, yeah? I mean, probably, to stop it sooner or later.
It's just at some moment he gave me the pawn for free, basically. But it's also difficult to defend, you know?
I think it's almost impossible to defend.
Yeah.
Because it's lost. Right?
Yeah.
That's the bottom line. Well, thank you very much for being with us, commentating the Magnus play of Armageddon game, and congratulations for you.
Thank you.
How is it for you there? How do you feel yourself? Of course, it's a nice question to ask when you have 2 out of 2, but generally, what kind of atmosphere do you have in the hotel and the players?
Well, quite pleasant. I mean, I always liked playing here. I don't even know how many times I've played here. It's been so many already. So yeah, I feel good. I mean, when the chess is going well, also, you know, it always boosts your morale a bit. Like the first few rounds, you're not sure what form you're in, but starting well really helps.
Okay. Well, wishing you good luck for tomorrow, and take a good rest, because it's
yes, and congratulations with 2 victories. Both of them were very high quality, I believe, and it was a very good piece of chess. Yeah.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
So it was a tough day. It was a very interesting day, I must say, of the 8th Altibox Norway chess event, where we have some of the top players in the world. And we had so much excitement. And we have some personalities who, unfortunately, it's not their tournament yet. Like Duda, he was suffering his second loss today. And but we had a lot of excitement in the game. Tari also, he's suffering so far with 2 losses from the first 2 games. But of course, Levon, who is a birthday boy today, it was a nice day for him that he could make a victory on his birthday. It's not necessarily an easy thing. And Firouzja was giving a really hard time for Magnus, right?
Yes. And Magnus, frankly, he needed all his luck to, let's be frank, to get out of this very difficult situation. I mean, he was on the edge of losing the match, but finally turned out in his favor. And yes, so he's, of course, still a very big favorite. I mean, together with Caruana to fight for the first place. But so far, the play of Firouzja is very convincing, and also his result. He's having a very good result so far. He's in the leading group. So let's see how it will all continue tomorrow.
Yes. So how are we standing? We are standing. Fabiano is having 6 points, right? So he's
a sole leader.
Can you read it, because I see it? It's very.
Yes. So let's see. Fabiano Caruana, sole leader with 6 points out of 6 possible. Second second third shared is Levon Aronian, 30 years old grandmaster from Armenia, with 4 points, together with Firouzja, 17 years old.
We have Magnus here. Thank you very much, Magnus, for coming. Congratulations, even though if it was not the best victory of your life.
Yeah, thank you. It was obviously pretty undeserved, the Armageddon thing, but it happens.
Well, this is the sportive part, I guess. Can you tell us a little bit about the classical game, because it was extremely exciting, and it was very nice of you that you went to the confessional.
I mean, you've already told a lot to us, because you're answering many of our questions already, but we're in the confessional.
Yeah, no, I mean, this was a very interesting moment, whether or not he should go C4 here, and I really don't know what the answer is, but yeah, I mean, after what he played, the position is like slightly better for white, but nothing special, so that was a little bit dull maybe.
So were you happy when he did not play C4?
No, I was not happy. I was kind of hoping for C4.
Yeah, because for me, I would definitely go C4 here. I mean, okay, just as not even, yeah, I thought black was doing pretty fine after C4, and after bishop f8 DC, I would say probably white is slightly better, but that's my feeling. But
yeah.
Did you see bishop?
It looks like the position after he goes C4. It's a little bit reminiscent of your game against Tivyakov, no?
Yes, but I had a better knight. I think I had
knight
on G3 instead of A4. Yeah,
I know, but still, the knight on A4, even though it's out of play, it stops all the play that he has.
Yeah.
So I mean, I take E7, I go bishop C2, and I start maneuvering like H3, bishop G3. And maybe nothing
more or less, yeah. Bishop to C6, rook to C8, queen F8. I don't know, maybe queen E6, and just even if I stay simply.
Probably he will just stay, and I could do nothing.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It would be very difficult to manage something, you know.
Yeah, and I think anytime I go B3, he will go C3 and be quite happy with this.
So because in the game, bishop C8 seems to be a very nice move. I mean.
Yeah. I mean,
Were you expecting it?
yeah, I was kind of expecting this. I mean, in some way, I thought anyway the queens are gonna get traded on b6. He's gonna take back, and then we play this endgame.
How did you evaluate this position?
Nothing special, but I thought I can press a little bit.
But here was a very important moment after knight e2, knight c7. We couldn't really find anything against knight f4. It looked
But knight f4, this is the question. Like knight f4, he goes bishop e6.
Yeah, now e4. Yeah, was our idea. Looks
yeah, but I couldn't make it work. He takes f2.
Yeah, king f2.
King f2, take e4.
Bishop e4.
Bishop e4. Take
a2, king g3. Yeah, and it looks so dangerous for black.
But king f8 now.
King f8, yeah, and okay, just some kind of initiative. It looks like a lot of tactics, yeah, maybe.
Rook d6, you can take on b3, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe, but yes. And rook d8 check. You want to go if I check on D?
Yeah, I check. I go rook e8, I think.
Rook e8.
Maybe then rook d6.
Yeah, or even takes. Maybe knight e8 takes rook c8, c6. Yeah, it looked quite dangerous. I mean, of course, might be okay for black, but it might be a problem.
Yeah, but the thing is, I thought like even playing slowly, I have some prospects. So I don't know. It was a difficult decision, and yeah, maybe g4 was not so precise since he's getting some tactics. Maybe I should go h4 first. I don't know. But maybe then he will go h. Okay. Anyway, I think he played a bit inaccurately here. Rook c7, h4. So
bishop e3 was not a draw. I mean, yeah, I understand.
I think it's not an easy draw. So take c7, take f2, knight d6. Bishop.
You want knight d6, yeah? Because
yeah,
maybe rook d4. We are not sure also.
No, but I thought knight d6, bishop a6, and rook d4.
Here.
And if rook d8, I go knight f5, and it's still not an obvious draw. Maybe he can go g6. No, not here, but instead of rook d8. And then, yeah, okay, I have rook b4, b5, and maybe I have rook f4 there. Yeah. Also, I can go a4, and I'm slightly better. So I thought this was not a clear draw. But rook c8, rook d1, this was, now I'm already, I think, clearly pushing. And bishop g3, king f2, bishop c5. And here, computer shows that bishop d6 wins.
Wow.
Bishop d6 wins, yeah. I think this is what we were checking, yeah, Judith? D4,
but we didn't understand that it's winning.
Yeah, d4, ed4, rook f3, king g1. But this is the thing, like, I didn't even consider a line where I'm letting him take on f3.
Oh.
But yeah, that's exactly the same was I also did somehow always d4, e4 was trying to play. But actually we thought maybe very interesting was g6, no, instead of bishop c5. Here. We had some funny line.
With some f5 later on.
The idea was knight d6, I guess, yeah. So
yeah, you take
d4.
Or
bishop d6, yeah, or d4 first, d4 takes rook h5.
Oh, like this?
Yeah,
what if I take on d4?
If you take on d4, then I am at least...
no respect for the exchange.
Not only Vlad can sacrifice an exchange.
Yeah, take on d4. Yeah, that's one story. Another story was to try f5 to play, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, but here I think white is just better.
Yeah, that's true. But maybe f5 instead of rook c. I mean, at least we thought it might be interesting. f5.
Maybe.
Because
Maybe.
bishop c5, we didn't quite understand why it is wrong, but we had a feeling it was.
Yeah, no, I mean, the problem is I thought after bishop d3, I'm just much better. d4, e4, I have the time to go for anything. I thought I had all the time in the world, and this is just completely wrong. I mean, I thought I go bishop c4, he has to go d3, I go king e1, and some bishop a6, bishop d5, bishop comes to e5, and it looked great for white. But
So rook c2 was a cold shower for you too.
yeah, that was incredibly unpleasant. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if I take on e6, he doesn't even have to take back. He just takes on a2. And
Yeah,
that's exactly the line we have, but we thought that white is at least for sure doing fine there. Yeah, like take a king e1. Yeah, was the idea.
Yeah, take king e1.
Take.
But this is not so clear. Rook g2. Not rook c3. I think rook g2.
Bishop e5, maybe.
Bishop e5 and then bishop a6.
Or bishop f2, bishop a6. Yeah.
Bishop f2, there's e5 and black wins.
And here rook d2 maybe.
Rook d2. Maybe I'm running away. Yes.
But it's still a draw. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah,
I can make a draw still with black.
Yeah. So okay. I mean, it's not.
Yeah, and then for the Armageddon, okay, I guess.
Okay, I mean, okay, I was completely outplayed, and then I tricked him. So, or I mean, I didn't even trick him; he lost on time. So.
Yeah, but actually, the last position was already quite dangerous for black. Yeah, I mean, at least.
Okay, like it was the best position I had in a very long time. Yes.
Well, we had an interesting game on the classical game anyway. How do you feel yourself in Stavanger playing in the real tournament second round? Are you warming up?
I feel like I missed too many things today. And okay, it's about the opponent as well. Since he has a very tricky style, he always plays for some little tactics, but. Yeah, I feel like today was not great, so I still have a way to go.
Okay, so we wish you good luck and good rest for tomorrow.
Good luck, and thank you for showing up today. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Bye. So I think we are wrapping up of today. We had a long day, a lot of interesting things happening, a lot of stressful moments for the players. I think we can agree on that, Vladimir.
Yeah. And I don't know about players, spectators, but I had a very good time.
Well, we had a great day together with Vladimir, especially we had the special world champion Vishy Anand as well. So it was a great treat for us. I hope you enjoyed it as well, just as much as we did. And tomorrow we are back at 5 p.m. again. Looking forward to that.
Have a good evening and see you tomorrow, same time, same people, different games.
Yes.
Well, we wanted to do a historical top 50 of chess players of sort of all time, and to do that, we are using the statistics by Jeff Sonax, who has created a site called Chess Metrics. We've gotten some help from Frank Hofmeister, who is a well-renowned chess historian, but then we have still kind of added our own touch. And it's always going to be subjective, and there's no correct answer.
I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you agree with every single ranking, because usually when you publish lists, what could go wrong? Who would disagree with anything? But yeah, it's been fun, and I hope you like it.